Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's jump into this. We're gonna be covering some more of Queen's death and uh, possibly talk about what could happen out of it to like the economy and shit. Like honestly, I don't really think it's gonna pay. I don't really think it's gonna change anything too much really about the economy.
I don't think it will either.
Um, and then we'll probably talk about Pierre Poilievre and
Yeah, I know about this.
have a discussion about him, and then we'll probably have some move on to some fun stuff.
Yeah, some less serious things.
So not really too jam packed with news this week, but it's stuff.
It's something to make note of.
It is something, yeah.
We have,
Start off.
in our Commonwealth nations, a system of government as free as any on earth. Mr. Speaker, today, the world is in a tough place. We're all reeling from an unprecedented global pandemic. Putin's brutal and unjustifiable war is threatening global stability. Around the globe, democratic institutions are being challenged.
Bro, what? Where are they being fucking challenged?
I have no idea. It just sounds like he's spewing nonsense.
Unless he's referring to like a lot of the political instability that's going on in like North America and and Europe, especially in like Britain.
Well, yeah, that would make a little bit more sense, but not by much. Like, that's the only thing that I would find is applicable there.
Even if he's referring to like stability that isn't like necessarily, you know, more like developed nations, that's more or less due to Western imperialism.
But Canadians can rightly be proud of living in one of the strongest democracies in the world. Our institutions are healthy, our debates are robust.
Are our institutions healthy though?
No, of course not.
Because our institutions are mostly uh, they are funded federally, but it's essentially up to the provinces and territories to decide to do what they want with the funding for the institutions. I mean, that's how we know uh, that's how we know that the fucking Conservative Party provincially is pocketing money as well as underfunding the um, the institutions that they were told to be spending money on, healthcare, for example,
Yep.
just to try and undermine it.
And we have an enviable stability and resilience despite, or perhaps because of, Canadians' vast diversity of beliefs, backgrounds, and perspectives. It is this very strength and stability, represented by the Crown and embodied by the Queen, that Canadians have always benefited from. And we, as parliamentarians and Canadians, dedicate ourselves each and every day to those democratic principles. Each of us, sitting here in this House, has chosen to serve our communities and our country. We also do so in the knowledge that our challenges of our time in public office are time limited. But for Her Majesty, public service was her entire life, right up until
Bro, no, it was not.
I mean,
I was hanging.
believe what you want to believe,
I was
but
hanging. Oh, go ahead.
all right. No, no, I was just gonna say, uh, All her life? No, I don't think so.
What I was going to say is I hung out with friends earlier today, and even they don't like the fucking queen, and they don't like keep up with like politics or news or anything at all.
Well, I mean, what has the queen realistically done?
Nothing. She's just a figurehead. All she is here.
Exactly. She's just some face to slap on the money and just call it pizza.
Because like the governor general is essentially what the queen would do. That's essentially all, and like the whole fucking argument about like, oh, the queen is important and blah blah blah. We'll have to restructure shit. I'm like, no, we won't necessarily will have to do that. Oh,
All that you'll need to do is print money with a different face on it.
but like what? The biggest thing that we'd probably have to do is write the write a constitution for fucking Canada to become a republic. Like, who cares about that? Like, you are gonna face like some fucking roadblocks, mostly with Alberta and Quebec, but like outside of that, like it there isn't really too much else you have to worry about. Like, yeah, the laws will have to be fucking changed. Ooh, oh man, we we literally have the same fucking laws. We'll just write them the same.
Yeah, just copy them down word for word. Yo, can I copy your homework? Sure, just change it up a little bit. Use a thesaurus.
Like we've seen over the last like couple years, still colony like still British colonies or those that are part of the Commonwealth, like Jamaica, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and shit like that. Like we've seen even the Commonwealth, like a vast majority of the Commonwealth wanting to leave the fucking British Empire and be their own separate entity.
Oh yeah, because it's just more beneficial that way.
Well, not only that, it's like not only does it help contribute to a country's own self autonomy, it also, you know, there's also been a lot of political unrest in said countries over the last couple years. Like so much so that the news is actually covering it.
Wow, news covering real news. Who would have thought?
Well, yeah, there was the whole taking down of statues that protesters did of primarily British royalty or people connected to the royal family, or just fucking like racist piece of shits.
Uh,
And that, we've seen that all across Canada, or we've seen some in Australia, like the protests in Australia when it came to, uh, especially the indigenous community there. You know, Jamaica has been trying to get its own independence for a long time now. Like, I honestly think that like this is the perfect time to be having this conversation about potentially leaving the Commonwealth. Because honestly I do not think Canada should be part of the Commonwealth. Fuck, fuck the Brits.
yeah, it doesn't seem like there's no benefit in the long run for Canada to stay part of the
And
Commonwealth,
like
or any country for that matter.
the only thing that I could actually consider, you know, a huge task and undertaking when it comes to like leaving the Commonwealth, I think it would. I think the biggest thing would be, currency, because you'd have to create a new currency. We'd have to take all the currency that we have out in circulation out of commission. Distribute the new currency. But like, there are ways around that.
Right.
You know, have letting the current uh, currency be valid for say, I don't know, 5-10 years or something like that, and then like fully move on towards like the new currency. Like it's doesn't seem all that hard, to be honest with you.
No, it really doesn't. Like, and if people didn't want to change basically anything about the currency. If it was just a face printed on it, numbers and colors could all say the same. It's like, listen, if you just wanted a new currency, you could just print new faces on it, and there you go. Like, I'm not even saying that the currency should be paper, like just money, worthless things. Money shouldn't really exist, but I understand why it is. That's a topic for another day. But yeah, new currency distribution of that currency. Definitely a task worth developing and understanding. But
well, yeah. I think we could have just uh, going off of like even famous Canadians. We could have fucking uh Tommy Douglas. Which do you know who Tommy Douglas is?
you have told me about him before, but I completely forgot who he was or what he did.
Tommy Douglas is the reason why we have universal health care in Canada.
I see.
So we could have Tommy Douglas on some of the bills. We could have Terry Fox on some of the bills.
I was gonna say Terry Fox is probably one of them.
Oh, like there's so many options for people on the bills and shit. Like it doesn't fucking matter. It's just silly.
I could put my face on one of the bills. You would love that, right?
I mean,
Have this random shitter on one like the $20 bill.
even if there we were to have a discussion about like money and currency and all that, like it's just like a social construct. That's all it is. It only has value because we give it value.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it shouldn't even exist. Right? It's like, oh hey, I want this thing. It's like, okay, you work for this person, and
But yeah,
yeah,
this is the perfect time to be having a conversation about potentially leaving the Commonwealth, British Commonwealth, because like Britain doesn't really have all that much influence over us, anyways. I'd say America has more influence over us.
well, like America is kind of the pants of Canada, so of course they're going to be our south neighbors. They're going to be influencing us a lot. That's because they're screaming the loudest. You can't take away my guns, brother.
I mean, they also export a fuck ton of brain rot to Canada too, though.
I know
Till the
they
very
do.
end. She had an unflinching, enduring commitment to service, to building a better world and a better future. All of us here know that that service requires sacrifices. The Queen did so with grace.
No.
Her selflessness and dedication is a model to remind us of the weight and the importance of every day we sit in this house and to inspire us as we go forward. In our constitutional monarchy, the Crown's function in our government is to be a bedrock for our Constitution and to transcend the daily political debates. Our new King, King Charles III, demonstrated his commitment to the larger sweep of history with his most recent tour that included a focus on the generational work necessary to achieve reconciliation and fight climate change. The stability of our overarching democratic institutions gives Canadians assurance and peace of mind.
What?
Like caring for so we can all focus.
Look at that woman just above that that box there. She looks like she's gonna fall asleep.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't fall asleep when listening to him? Especially when it's about the Queen.
Like taking care of people, of our economy, of our communities, and of our planet.
Oh, he's such a fucking lip man.
The passing of the Queen and ascension of the King.
Okay, so should Canada leave the monarchy? This is a question that was brought up on CBC. The short answer that I believe is yes.
As a long
I've
answer,
read some
just
Canadians-
yes, but all the letters have like 10 or 12 spaces in between them.
No, it's I was gonna give certain amount of, or I was gonna give examples with that, but I already did.
Play.
Is to ask questions about the role of the monarchy in this country. On Instagram, we asked, should Canada cut ties?
Yes.
Responses were about 50-50. Our producer Andrew heard that same sort of split when he chatted with people in downtown Toronto.
Should Canada sever ties with the monarchy?
I don't think so. I think it's working for us.
Do you think Canada should sever ties with the monarchy?
Yeah, I think it doesn't really sort of play a big part in how we sort of take decisions in Canada. So maybe we should.
I like the history and the heritage.
Maybe it is time.
What fucking history? You know, coming over here committing genocide against indigenous peoples, or fucking like suppressing poor people that generally tends to be fucking either indigenous or black and brown.
Oh, I like the history. Oh, okay. So you like all the history, right?
Like-
All the positives and negatives.
Like the fucking royalty has no influence in this country, and anyone who does is a fucking liar.
Time for a change.
It doesn't really matter.
Whether you think it matters or not, support for the monarchy has been waning.
Yeah, look at this. Canadians support the support for the monarchy. 51% of Canadians say we should sever ties. And then the other 49 are either unsure or should stay. A vast majority of people, you know, want to leave. And I'm sure a lot of people from the unsure category, like if they actually like think about it, I'm sure that they would probably want to leave too. Like,
Yeah, if they had the information that we do, it's like, yeah, no.
well,
leave.
well, no, not even,
But
because even if you
But,
use
I mean,
like,
you could just
even if you use like the hog reasoning, being like, well, why the hell is like somewhere else telling us what to do, and so on and so forth, like essentially it's only like the British bootlickers that want to stay, pretty much. Like there are plenty of reasons to leave monarchy,
there are.
and like why we should leave. So
In Canada, according to a poll this past spring, about half of Canadians think we should abolish it.
Mhm.
Only a quarter are in favor of keeping the monarchy. Canada's constitution makes it very difficult to cut ties with the monarchy. So tonight we want to discuss what the King's role in Canada should be. And joining us, former Queen's representative to Ontario, the former Lieutenant Governor David Onley. He's in Toronto. And David Chartrand is president of the Manitoba Métis Federation. He joins us from Winnipeg. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
I actually think I've seen this guy.
Really?
So
David Onley, we just heard from some people who are questioning the relevance of the monarchy. What does King Charles have to do you think, to address that perspective?
I think there will be a visit fairly soon, and I think the more that Canadians get to see him and interact with him as king.
First of all, the fucking Queen didn't really interact with Canadians. Like she'd like, I had, when I was younger, I went to like a visit from the Queen, allegedly, with my mom.
All right.
In the city, and she was supposed to be there at a specific time, and she didn't get there until like 2 hours later. So we had fucking we were waiting out in the blistering hot sun for 2 hours. It was like I think it was like a 39-degree day or something like that.
Oh, great.
So we were fucking sitting out in the sun on a hot ass day, just waiting for a glance of like the Queen to come up, and then like my mom's like, you know, she's fucking 2 hours late. Let's
Yeah,
And
it's like, listen, this bitch ain't important enough.
and I honestly think that speech that she gave was like fucking 15 minutes long or something like that. This was years ago, though. I don't quite remember.
Shows up just to give a 15-minute speech. Shows up 2 hours late to give a 15-minute speech, then pieces out.
Like, as far as I'm aware, like no one really fucking actually got to talk to her shit. So
Well, no duh. She's just like, "Hi, look, here's my speech. I'm gone. See ya." Like she wouldn't just randomly pop into someone's house like, "Hey, I'm having dinner with you today. What's up?"
and to be honest, I don't even think the fucking king will fucking do
No.
what this bootlicker is saying he will.
Yeah, like I doubt King Chuck would just show up at my house one day and goes, "You want to grab ice cream or something?"
Yeah, you already know.
Of course it's not.
The more they're going to like him. And so let's take a look at this question 6 months or 9 months down the road.
And David Chartrand, what would you like to see from King Charles?
Well, maybe following in her mom's footsteps. Let's not forget when our country was going into some turmoil on the Constitution in Canada in the 70s and 80s, we're talking about separation, a divisive Canada. Canada is going to split. The Queen was Queen Elizabeth was very, very concerned. I think Canada is one of her favorite Commonwealth countries. And she was, in fact, Paul Martin Sr. was advocating her comments.
God, I fucking hate people like this. No, we should 100% fucking leave.
Exactly.
No fucking reason. Still part of the fucking Commonwealth. Fucking royal family does nothing fucking here.
They just want to be the figurehead of so much land. It's like, look at my empire here. See how big it is.
Like, anyone, like, I, I hope that even liberals fucking recognize this. Like, it's just silly. Like, all that they're there to do is just represent like fucking a colonial past that Canada has. Let's be real.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the worst part about it too, because it's like, hey, look, this is a shitty thing that we did in the past. We're gonna try and promote it and brainwash everyone to believing that what we did was actually good.
As well as like even like the fucking shitty poll that CBC did, a vast majority of Canadians want to fucking leave the monarchy.
Well, yeah, because like a vast majority of those people are just like, first of all, they either don't know the Queen, or they're just like, yeah, the Queen exists, but she's never really done anything, so why should I care? Just leave.
Well, yeah, it was like 51%.
Yeah, 51% in total. Just said leave.
It's silly, man. Don't know why.
To us in Canada, that she was very, very concerned with what was happening. She was even willing to lose the monarchy if necessary to keep Canada together. So let's not forget the
No,
way
she
she played
wasn't.
in that. So it's not just seeing what King Charles is going to do. We'll see what Queen Elizabeth already has started and keeping our country together.
Now, you're the president of the Manitoba Maine.
Bro, the fucking royal family has probably caused the most division in Canada comparatively to any other like party. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
I mean, the poll that CBC did was proof enough that there was, a divide in the Canadian citizens.
It wasn't even a fucking good poll.
Well, I know, that was the joke. Like, that's the whole point. If CBC can get something that divisive, then it's not that, that difficult of a concept to understand.
Yeah, I just hate this
Oh,
fucking boot looking.
believe me, my brain is just as scrambled as an egg. So
I just think that we're mostly just hearing from a bunch of fucking bootlickers. I think that's what it is, mostly.
it does seem to be that way.
Federation, and we know of the long and complicated relationship between the Crown.
And like, it's kind of ironic that he's saying this because a vast majority of Indigenous people have been saying that Canada should cut ties with the monarchy for a very long fucking time.
Yeah, I've heard that on the news myself as well.
Since I am like in the more or less in the Indigenous community and actually follow Indigenous content creators as well as like talk to Indigenous people, it's
You're well versed in the subject.
it's something that a vast majority of indigenous people want.
And Indigenous people in Canada. What role do you think King Charles should play in that regard, especially?
Bro, what the fuck role do you think he's gonna play? He's gonna do absolutely nothing. He's gonna be like his fucking mother. Just being a fucking figurehead for past colonialism and genocide. And oh, not fucking wanting to move past it. It's so stupid.
Especially reconciliation.
Well, if you look at what Queen Elizabeth done in 1982 with the patriation, of course, for Constitution, the inclusion of Section 35, which is talking about Indigenous rights and protections in Canada, which is now in the Constitution, which she actually signed April 17, 1982. I'm very, very proud of that. She was involved in making sure that the rights of Indigenous people were being protected in this country. So her role was very important. I think King Charles just has to
Bro,
continue to
what?
carry that same torch, same vision, same ambition as Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, but he's more fucking racist than your mom.
Yeah. Also, how in the world was the Queen like protecting the Indigenous peoples?
She wasn't. she.
Yeah, like
She
I want
was.
to ask this guy, like, what in his mind possessed him to say
She.
that?
She is one of the many reasons on why fucking indigenous children were sent to residential schools.
I was gonna bring that up actually. It's like, what about all of the unnamed and unmarked graves?
Like,
You know, that they're still finding.
it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. No, the Queen was a terrible person.
Bro, all the fucking royal family are terrible people.
Yeah.
And working towards keeping Indigenous rights protected in Canada and ensuring that they're respected. I think it's one of the things that Queen Elizabeth was very adamant on her message.
Bro, indigenous people are only starting to get some respect now. Like,
It's because they
we've
finally yelled loud enough to get noticed.
we've never we have never been fucking respected by the government, let alone the fucking queen. Like, come on, bro, you should know this.
He's Indigenous himself. Like, what was this dude's name? David?
I don't know.
Yeah, but like, come on, man.
Come on, bro, this is something you're supposed to know.
Like, didn't your grandparents tell you all the hells that they've endured due to, residential schools?
It's just fucking, well, not even that. Like,
Well, yeah, because, their heritage was quote unquote beaten out of them.
well, I'm not even referring to that. I was referring to him. Like, it probably would have, it very well for him could have been like parents.
Yeah.
Because do keep in mind, the last residential school was only closed down in, I believe it was 1998 or 1999.
Yeah.
So that we know of.
Yeah, there still could be more, open without us knowing.
Well, no, they're all closed now.
Oh, okay. Well, better there. Better without it.
And do you feel confident that that the king will continue that, or maybe even carry that further?
Well, I met him several times, and he seems to have good characteristics, and at the same time, jokingly, at the same time, he seems to be with the common folk. I'll use that phrase, and I think he'll have that same ambition. I think waiting that long and to take over and learning from your mom every day, I think there's no doubt King Charles will be a replica of his mom.
No,
Because
no, he will not. He will not be a replica of his mom. Even if you want to be like a very staunch liberal about it, I don't even think he'll meet those requirements. Like,
no.
Yeah, fucking Queen Elizabeth was like fucking racist and shit, but she wasn't like openly racist. King Charles is openly racist.
He will look at someone, immediately judge them, and then just be like, You either do not or do deserve my time.
Bro,
Like, that is horrible.
he literally didn't fucking like Kate because of like the whole fucking great replacement theory bullshit that he was spewing. Like, who
I'm
cares?
surprised he hasn't gotten axed yet.
I mean, this isn't fucking France.
I mean,
He's the
all
closest
I'm
it's
saying
ever
is
been
that we should bring
with the
back death
Queen
by
for
public
70
hanging.
years in reign.
Bro, come
Starting
on.
with King Chuck.
All my life, she's been our
What?
queen, and
It's
so
cool.
from my perspective, I think King Charles
You get to
will
see all your misdeeds just on display.
I think the way what we should do in an instance like that is we would Lenin.
The electric chair?
No, Lenin didn't fucking czar.
Oh. Well, what did he do?
He exiled the czar and his family. And then, like, since he knew for a fact that, you know, people weren't going to be really too impressed with him, he exiled them to a more secluded area, as well as, like, had fucking private personnel for them. Which turned out to not really work out in the czar's favor.
Yeah, who would have guessed?
Well, no, it was someone else had killed them, the private personnel.
Darn.
He try to carry the same torch and maybe put some more flame in the torch as he's doing forward.
David Onley, King Charles has been an active campaigner for the environment in the past as Prince. Do you think he will be able to continue with that?
Absolutely. In fact, we do need to take note of the fact that he's been well ahead of the politicians. He was talking about the environment and the need to relate to the earth.
Wait, what?
Years ago.
I've never heard him say this before.
I was gonna say King Chuck talking about the environment. Yeah, right. Listen, I'm not sure what kind of drugs these guys are on, but I want some.
He's too fucking busy worrying about how, like, his fucking grandchild has a potential to be black. Like, who fucking cares? Like, he doesn't give a shit about the environment, man.
Decades ago, and at the time he was ridiculed by many in the media and misunderstood by many other people. And now, of course, it's all this time later, and he's fitting right in with the mainstream notions in terms of the environment and our relationship to it as people.
But here's the potentially tricky thing, though, to follow up on that, is that there are many people who feel that the monarch is a figurehead in Canada, that that's the role she or now
It
he
is.
ought to play, and nothing more than that. So should King Charles have any kind of influence on our government when it comes to any kind of policy issue? But
No, they should not. That's like essentially saying, okay, let's say America has like its own fucking monarchy and shit, right? Which Republicans probably want, I assume, except in the form of, like, say, Donald Trump or that.
Well, yeah, instead of, not colluding morons.
And like fucking going and committing horrific actions across seas. Let's use, I don't know, fucking. You know what?
America and Afghanistan.
Let's use fucking Chile, for example. So yeah, like they could just go fucking take over the land, you know, potentially commit genocide against like an entire country of people, and then being told to, you know, for them to pick up the pieces and essentially let them do whatever. But like, if something that if they don't like happens, being like, oh well, yeah, you can't, we're not going to sign this, we're not going to do it. That's essentially how things fucking operate in Canada.
Yeah, and it doesn't work.
Why the hell should a fucking figurehead across the sea decide on what the hell happens over here when they're like never even here? Let's be real.
Yeah, they're not going door to door like a salesman. Hey, you want to go get ice cream? No, they're not doing that. At least door to door salesman actually gives you some social interaction.
And like I hear when it comes to like arguments like that, I hear, you know, the argument against like the USSR, for example, right? I'm like, okay, but in most instances, the USSR, didn't inflict fucking violence for people to join. The people were wanting to join the Soviet Union on their own like volition.
Yeah, just like, oh hey, the USSR looks cool enough. Sounds interesting. Yo, they got benefits.
Let's give this
Sign me
communism.
up.
Let's give this communism thing a try.
Yo, communism has benefits? Hell yeah.
Bro, that's like one of the main reasons on why Scandinavia is like one of the better places to live. And like why they have so many fucking social safety nets. Because they were next to the Soviets.
Yeah.
So, of course it was going to have some form of influence.
The butterfly effect.
Like, granted, yeah, like the fucking fall of the Soviet Union was a lot more fucking violent. But like when it came to like actually constructing the Soviet Union, like it's not as violent as people think it was. I mean, Russia was violent, like particularly violent, yes. Like during
But,
like
that's an outlier.
for the most part, like a lot of other nations were just peacefully turned over and yeah, do it.
Let's say specifically the environment.
That's a very good question. I think we do need to take into account the fact that as monarch, he has the authority, as does the governor general, and on the provincial level, the same powers, identical powers, and that is to encourage and to warn, and the right to be consulted.
As well as stopping leftist uprisings as well.
Yeah, that's one of his rights.
He does the same fucking shit in the UK.
Stopping free thinkers.
And like if the fucking governor general has the same fucking powers as this old bag, then like who cares? Okay, who cares? Fuck. If you want to keep a hierarchy structure, then fuck it. Let the lieutenant or the governor general fucking decide it.
Yeah, let him call the shots.
Well,
All of a sudden, it's like, all right, King Chuck, you're getting kicked out.
the governor general's female.
Well, I didn't know.
Come on, man.
Apologize.
You should know this shit.
Listen, I am not super concerned with what with the UK's governor general's gender is.
No, our governor general.
Either or, okay. The point is, it doesn't matter.
The governor general is appointed by the fucking party in power after an election.
Thanks.
Now, I don't expect there be for a moment that King Charles would be flying off to Ottawa and saying to the Prime Minister, I need to be consulted on this, thus, or so. But there are ways to let an apolitical opinion be presented. And he has done that very, very well over the last several decades, as Mr. Chartrand said, and I agree with him 100%. He has learned at his mother's side, not just for years, but decades. And subtlety is his game, really, and he does it very, very well. And so when he gives a speech about the environment, our relationship to the earth, many people are going to be nodding their heads in agreement. I certainly would and do. And as a result, I think he's going to surprise a number of people. And it won't be an overt process of attempting to directly influence the government, our government, or the British government, but a way of saying...
Bro, he does that all the fucking time, though, in the British government. Or the royal family does that all the fucking time. They literally fucking pay off the fucking Tories to be like, not pass a bill.
Yeah, it's like,
what
hey,
are you fucking talking about?
Money to like decline a law.
Well, no, it's because they have a fuck ton of capital, as well as like assets that are very valuable, like fucking land. That's why, because they don't want to fucking lose any of their capital, or they don't want to lose any of their fucking assets.
This is what I feel about the environment, and most people, I believe, will support him in that.
David Chartrand, I could hear the fondness that you have for Queen Elizabeth, that you had for the Queen.
He's such a fucking simp for the Queen, man.
I mean, both Davids are. Indigenous David and Suit David.
He is very, very fucking. He's a very, very fucking big simp for the Queen, though.
Well, of course he is.
And the respect you mentioned that you have for King Charles.
I don't know why they brought both fucking, or I don't know why both of the people that they brought on are just fucking agree. Like, get someone who agrees that we should stay in the fucking monarchy, and get someone who disagrees that we should stay in the fucking monarchy on that. Like, come on. I thought you guys.
We need varying opinions.
I thought you wanted fucking diversity of opinion, man.
Charles, that you'd met him before. So let me put a question to you that we put to people in Toronto, and that was whether we should continue to have a monarch in Canada, whether we should continue with the king or queen in that sort of role. How do you feel about that?
I without doubt, believe it should continue. I believe it's a very patriotic, also a very important aspect of the existence of where we're going. We're a young country. Canada's a very young country.
Bro, we're over 105 years old. We are not young at all.
Yeah, no, Canada has been around for a long time.
Like,
longer than we were ever quote unquote founded.
And like, the whole patriotic argument is so fucking idiotic.
Yeah,
as
who
well.
cares
Like, who?
about how patriotic you are?
Literally anything can become fucking patriotic, man. If enough fucking
cheeseburgers, patriotism.
Come on, that's American, man. Our fucking national dish is poutine.
Listen, I just threw
and
something
maple
out there, right?
and maple syrup.
I was gonna say, don't forget our favorite drink, maple syrup.
Like it that doesn't fucking matter though. Like the whole patriotic shit doesn't matter. Who cares? Like,
and besides,
what's defined as patriotic changes all the goddamn time.
That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't matter.
Like, people are just saying shit for the sake of sounding somewhat intelligent.
A lot of learning to do in our country, and they, you had a question to David earlier about the impact or the role, given the fact they're supposed to be non-political or non-intrusive into the politics. But let's look at the Pope for a second. The Pope is supposed to be non-political, but the Pope makes a statement. It's accepted worldwide or impacted worldwide. No different than King Charles. If he used to come.
Wait, what? He's not.
Is he comparing Pope Francis to King Chuck?
Like, the Pope isn't even accepted worldwide, though, by a vast majority of countries. It's only, like, more Western Christian societies that give a shit.
Yeah.
And, like...
Because...
it's just so idiotic, man.
They're trying to use some baseless religious thing and move it into politics.
I mean
people already use religion in politics regardless, but still,
religion.
I don't understand what his comparison is here.
Religion is actually fairly political, though.
Well, I know that much, like, obviously.
Come and make statements in Canada about things that are affecting, i.e., Indigenous people, for example, or the environment or other matters. People are going to listen. They're going to pay attention to what's being said. It serves us well.
No, they won't. Bro, literally fucking no one listens to the royalty in that regard. Like,
no, if you have a shit ton of money, people will listen to you. No, they fucking don't. When have you ever listened to anyone that had money?
Tell that to the fucking workers that are going on strike in America right now. Like, it's fucking idiotic. Like, no, that doesn't happen. Why? Just because he fucking said something that automatically means that people are gonna listen? No, absolutely not.
I hereby declare that donuts will make you lose weight in 5 seconds. You better believe me, right? I spoke it, so you must believe me. You listen to me, right?
I think what he's doing is more or less of like, what's the fucking I think he more or less believes in, you know, uh, you're fucking pissing on me and telling it's raining. Like that's essentially what the fucking royal family
Boy who
does.
cried wolf.
Like no, it's not fucking raining if you're pissing on me and you're telling me it's raining. Like it's so fucking stupid.
And
God, I hate fucking
keeping our country together, united. And like I said, Queen Elizabeth was willing to give up her monarchy and leave completely out of the realm, the monarch, if Canada stays together.
No, she was not, bro. Quit buying into that dumbass fucking conservative bullshit. It's not even true. She would have rather had the fucking people die.
Well, yeah, because less mouths to feed, less resources to expend.
Keeps it together. That was her primary ambition. So it shows you again the compassion for the country of Canada is still strong, and I'm sure it'll resonate right through to King Charles.
Well, we're hearing lots of opinions now from many, many people about the future of the monarchy in Canada, and it's been interesting hearing from both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bro, they literally just fucking agreed on everything. You should have got someone who wanted to stay on the monarchy. This bootlicker would have been fine. And then someone who, wanted to get rid of the monarchy. Like, it's stupid. Oh god, look how small he is.
He is tiny.
Oh, little man.
He's like a good half a foot shorter than Trudeau.
Yeah, he's fucking short.
Are all Europeans short? Any Europeans in chat? Let me know.
No. They're not.
Oh, one of the world's most amazing conversations. Spoken quietly and while holding hands.
Like, don't get me wrong. I understand, like, there's going to be grief within the fucking royal family. But, like,
right.
Fucking cares? Like, it doesn't really concern, like, anyone. Oh no, the queen's dead. Boo-hoo.
It's like it's the simple I'm sorry for your loss. It's not that we lost a great person, it's that they lost their parent, which, it always sucks. I know what it's like to lose, family members and whatnot.
Yeah,
sure,
she
everyone knows to some extent.
Yeah, but she lived a fucking great life though. She was fucking
Yeah,
96 and he's like probably like 72.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister of Australia, Your Majesty.
Oh, the Aussies are here too. The Aussies really want to fucking leave too, man.
Hey, wait, there's a discrepancy.
What?
He's not upside down.
Really? Come on, bro.
I know.
Well, Australians have been really affected. Yeah, that sense of grief, but also gratefulness for 70 years of service.
I know, and thank God we have
70 years of service.
70 years.
70 years of service.
Service to what?
Man.
Yes, that's the great thing to remember.
It's remarkable, but because for you it's a very personal loss.
Well, I know. Listen, come.
I know, it's very personal to me, yes, of course.
Maybe not too gently.
I'm okay. We do tend to get a bit used to it.
Prime Minister of New Zealand, Majesty.
Okay, I actually like her. Like, I like the fucking Prime Minister of New Zealand. I hope that she fucking decides to leave the Commonwealth.
She better. The only one that continues to shake the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Trudeau just kind of held his hand.
Bet you he's gonna fucking sniff his hand later.
Yeah. It's like finally the touch of another woman.
I finally get the smell. The smell of a woman.
People from all around the world, new
Jacinda? That's great.
That's the great thing, isn't it?
It's a great name. Legitimately.
Bro, look how fucking handsy he is with her.
Well, yeah, like it's probably the only woman he's gonna see today. So he's had to get in as much physical contact with her as possible. Oh my days. He is adorable.
I think he's from. I think he's the leader of Jamaica.
Yo, I love his smile.
No, the Bahamas. Never mind. My bad.
Philip Davis.
You did, and that's a good emotion. I came to Australia. So I hope you might see them. I hope tomorrow. I hope to have certainly nothing else.
I thought the Bahamas were wanting to leave the Commonwealth too.
Come and have a seat.
Bro, why is he so fucking handsy with everyone?
I don't know.
Bro, stop fucking touching people.
Maybe he wants to feel in control.
I mean, of course, he's the fucking king.
He's like, ah yes, I must physically move my subjects.
The Prime Minister of Jamaica, Your Majesty.
Oh, here's the Jamaican leader.
Bro, they slammed that door.
So touched, grateful to know you've taken such trouble.
Yeah, there's.
She was a wonderful person.
He's got a very well-defined nose.
What are you trying to say?
I like his nose. I'm saying it's well-defined.
We've all been so touched by
Like nothing about that statement was supposed to be offensive in any way.
And your kind statements. Thank you. Come and have a seat. I'm sorry it's a bit rushed.
I love how creepily these photographers are just like swooping in anytime they take a seat.
All right. Let's talk about the Conservatives' plan for affordability, or not the Conservatives, the Liberals.
Speaking from a New Brunswick pier, the Prime Minister outlined steps Liberals say will help Canadians struggling with record inflation.
These are things that will make a difference in people's lives right now, but they are also sufficiently targeted that we are confident that they will not contribute to increased inflation.
The Liberals are promising to double the GST credit for 6 months, offer direct payments for dental care for low-income uninsured children under 12 this year, and a one-time $500 top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit for renters. Pierre Poilievre, meanwhile, announced his new leadership team and launched his first official attack on a Liberal announcement as official opposition leader.
The problem with spending more money as a solution to inflation is that it simply pours more gasoline on the inflationary fire.
Wait, what? Inflation has actually been relatively good, all things considered. Like, all things considered, like, Justin Trudeau has actually done a fairly good job with inflation, as much as I hate to admit it.
Yeah, like keeping everything in check, sort of.
Like, the only thing that they're fucking targeting when they talk about inflation is the price of groceries, but that has nothing to do with fucking Trudeau.
No, that's, other things.
That's the CEOs and shareholders of the fucking corporations, like, say, fucking Loblaws, that want to make more fucking money. That has nothing to do with Trudeau.
The Liberal plan will cost more than $4.5 billion. At least $3.1 billion is on top of money promised in Budget 2022.
None of these measures will do anything for inflation.
And like, if he's so fucking triggered about, or fucking Millhouse is so fucking triggered over, like, the fucking price tag that, is on this fucking affordability plan, like, he should be proposing fucking solutions to the actual problem instead of just crying about it. Like, okay, add a fucking wealth tax, increase corporate taxes, and cry, baby. Say that shit.
Yeah, don't just
Or try
say
to
like,
target
"Oh, this is
prices in
adding
any
fuel to the
way.
fire."
They're an
It's
offset
yeah,
for
we
the
already knew
increase in
that.
prices.
The NDP are taking all the credit, pushing the Liberals for tangible action on their governance deal this parliamentary session.
I mean, the Liberals or the NDP should deserve the credit though, because they're the only ones that are actually pushing the Liberals to do shit.
Yeah, you know, it's like, hey, get off your ass and do the things that you said you're going to.
We're proud that we're able to use our power to get something meaningful
Also,
for
his
Canadians, to
pink
force
turban is pretty
this
badass
government to
looking,
do something
to be honest.
meaningful
Yep.
for Canadians.
Tuesday's dental care plan is just the first stage.
And like, dental care should be free regardless.
It really should be.
Like, we should. I fully think we should have the fucking Bernie healthcare plan.
Everything is free. Free healthcare, free dental, free eyes, eye care.
Fucking, as well as prescription drugs are free. Fucking eyeglasses and dentures are free. Like, the fucking Medicare for All plan that Bernie runs would be fucking awesome. I would love to have that here.
And the Canadian Dental Association believes it really will make a difference, seeing too many kids for their first appointment too late and already struggling.
If we're able to see children earlier, we can prevent.
Yeah, and like, depending on where you go, you might not even get fucking coverage for dental. And dental is very fucking expensive.
Yep. But like also getting more kids to understand how important their dental health is. That's something that, is lacking. Because
Like,
a lot of kids, have shitty teeth.
I'm sure that, more fucking people would go to the dentist if they could afford to do so.
Yeah, that's very true.
And making it free is fucking perfect.
Yeah, because what if you have to get like a root
perfect.
canal done, right? Then it's like, oh shit, my mouth hurts. What's wrong? Go to the dentist, completely free. It's like, oh, you have to get your wisdom teeth removed. It's like, okay, cool. I don't have to worry about my wallet suddenly, having a dent put in it because, oh, I can't pay the bills.
Yeah.
No, just
Prevent
show up.
a lot
get
of
it done.
dental
There you
disease
go.
from happening. There are some tremendous opportunities here to make a difference.
The Prime Minister says the steps outlined Tuesday will be the first legislation to be tabled when the House of Commons resumes next week. MPs have wrapped up their caucus retreat here, heading back to Ottawa for a special session in Parliament Thursday to commemorate the death of the Queen.
Oh
Abigail
no.
Beeman, Global News, St.
Not
Andrews,
the
New Brunswick.
Queen.
De presse, my name.
So yeah, a fucking portability plan. Let's take a look to see what's actually in it.
Guillaume Saint-Pierre, I'll be your moderator. So we will start with remarks. First up will be Joanne Thompson, and then Cody Blois. Then we will end with Stephen Guilbeault, ministre de l'Environnement. Ensuite, on va avoir, on me dit 1 heure pour les questions. Alors, ça devrait être amplement de temps. Alors, Madame Thompson.
So, Madame Thompson, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, bonjour. Thank you to everyone for coming to today's press conference. My name is Joanne Thompson, and I am the Member of Parliament for St. John's East. And I am thrilled to be here today for such an important announcement for Newfoundland and Labrador and for the provinces in Atlantic Canada. I will be your MC this afternoon. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. We've had an emotional and moving day of tributes to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. And as a caucus, we have just wrapped up 2 days of our caucus meetings, where the focus was squarely on bread and butter issues of affordability for Canadian families. And so I appreciate that this is a busy time for everyone. And that means that it is all the more important to help Canadians look after their bottom line. And now I'm very happy to invite my colleague, Cody Blois, the Member of Parliament for King's Hants, to say a few words. Cody.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Thank you, Minister Guilbeault, for what you're going to be announcing today, and indeed to my Atlantic colleagues, and P.S. Julie DeBruzen as well. I know you're not in Atlantic Caucus, but we certainly appreciate all your tremendous work on behalf of Canadians in Parliament. As was mentioned, my name is Cody Blois. I'm the Member of Parliament for King's Hants and the proud chair of the Atlantic Liberal Caucus. I'll be providing my remarks today in both English and in French. Comment l'a mentionné, je m'appelle Cody Blois. Je suis le député de King's Hants et le président du Caucus libéral de l'Atlantique. Je ferai mes remarques cet après-midi en anglais et français. Today, I'm here to be able to give context of why this announcement is going to be so important across the country, but particularly in Atlantic Canada. Aujourd'hui, je suis ici pour expliquer pourquoi cette annonce est...
Doesn't, like, Atlantic Canada have a lot of problems with stability in regards to, like, housing?
From what I heard, yes, but I'm not sure exactly what those problems are, or like how to like the ins and outs of those problems. Like any specifics. That's what I'm unsure of. But no, yeah, Atlantic Canada does have some problems there.
Tellement important, bien sûr, dans tout le pays, mais particulièrement dans le Canada Atlantique. Approximately 50% of the households in Atlantic Canada still use home heating oil to fuel their homes. It's worth noting that we also have a large percentage of houses and buildings that are older and energy inefficient. Environ 50% des domiciles du Canada Atlantique utilisent encore le mazout pour chauffer leur maison. Il convient de noter que nous avons également un grand pourcentage des maisons et des bâtiments qui sont vieux et inefficaces de la consommation d'énergie. And we've seen the volatility of energy prices on the global market since the onset of COVID-19, but particularly since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine by Russia's unprovoked invasion. This has had a direct impact on affordability, and I've had conversations.
Okay, then fucking go after big oil then.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do.
Go after big oil.
But you're not gonna fucking do that.
No, they won't cut, they won't go after oil companies.
If you're so fucking worried about, fucking affordability in the form of fucking gas prices, whether that be at the pump or, at someone's home to keep their house warm, then you should be going after the big fucking oil industries. Because those are the people who are fucking raising the prices.
Yeah, and listen, I'm 100% sure nobody would ever want some company to be like, hey, guess what? You can't heat your home today because the price we said is too high for you.
Bro, that's still fucking...
I know it still happens, but nobody wants it to.
Indeed, I know my colleagues across the Atlantic Caucus have had conversations with their constituents about the challenges they're facing with the cost of living. There are many...
A lot of coverage.
What?
Okay.
What the hell happened here?
I don't know.
King's Hants is a rural riding about 40 minutes outside of Halifax. And there is a particular constituent of mine named Doris. She's a widowed senior living in a house built during the golden age of sale. And for those that may not know, that was in the 1800s on the Hants shore, small rural community. And she is a recipient of the Guaranteed Income Supplement and frankly does not have the ability to pay up front to make the improvements to reduce her energy bill. The announcement that Minister Guilbeault is going to speak about today is directed towards people like Doris, who we need to make sure there's funds in place to be able to make that transition. Notre gouvernement a été élu sur un plan de réduction des émissions afin de respecter nos engagements internationaux dans le cadre de COP. Dans King's Hants, nous avons le marais plus haut du monde, ce qui nous rappelle constamment l'importance de faire notre part collective dans la lutte contre le changement climatique. Today's announcement is important because it is increasing the number of projects that can be supported through provincial energy efficiency programs, thereby reducing emissions. But in our view, This is
If you also want to reduce emissions as well, you could also just fucking invest into public transit.
Or into like, you know, other energy efficiency solutions, such as alternative energies like solar or wind.
Well, public investing into public transit actually cuts down emissions a fucking lot.
Well, yeah, imagine instead of one person driving one car, like there's 30 people in one bus. I mean, obviously you can fit more than 30 people on a bus, but you know, instead of 30 cars all driven by one person, there's one bus, you know, not driven by 30 people, but you know, that
Yeah,
can
but like
seat.
when it comes down to things like if people want to have a fucking car or something, like I don't give a shit, but like provided another option that they want if they don't fucking care about like having a car.
not just
Exactly. Like being able to move from place to place shouldn't be something you have to pay for.
about projects. This is about making a difference in people's lives by reducing energy bills and supporting affordability for Canadians who really need that support. Ces investissements peuvent aider à économiser des milliards de dollars sur le coût de l'énergie et, avec les programmes fédéraux existants, dans certains cas, les personnes plus vulnérables peuvent avoir accès à 100% des fonds nécessaires pour réaliser ces projets. C'est ce sur quoi nous nous sommes concentrés plus tôt cette semaine lors de la retraite de notre caucus au Nouveau-Brunswick et c'est ce sur quoi le gouvernement reste concentré pour l'avenir. I want to thank all the ministers that were involved. Obviously, Minister Guilbeault, first and foremost, for his leadership in this particular aspect. But I also want to especially thank our Atlantic Caucus colleagues. Now, yes, today I'm delivering on behalf of Atlantic colleagues, but I can say that inside our caucus, this has been a priority, that we had a program in place to help support vulnerable households to be able to make that energy transition in the light of what we're seeing around the world with global prices that are impacting affordability. So to my colleagues that are here.
Oh, if it's global prices that are changing, I wonder who's changing them.
Definitely not the government.
Not the fucking government. I wonder.
Big oil. Maybe.
And indeed some that couldn't make it. Well done, and thank you for your advocacy. Again, this is great news for Canada, particularly in Atlantic Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. And it is now my pleasure to invite the Honourable Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, to deliver today's important news. Minister.
Merci. Bonjour, chers collègues. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est un plaisir d'être parmi vous pour cette annonce. Permettez-moi également de reconnaître que nous sommes réunis sur le territoire non cédé du peuple algonquin-anishinaabe. La reconnaissance du territoire est un acte de réconciliation avec les peuples autochtones. Témoigne également de notre respect et de notre gratitude à l'égard du territoire que nous partageons. I would also like to express my sadness and admiration for Her Royal Highness, Queen Elizabeth II, whose passing reminds...
Bro, the libs are not gonna fucking let this go.
They're still gonna bring up the Queen. I thought they were gonna, you know, start saying some details of like the Affordability Act that they're doing. It's like, oh, you know, heating and making sure all those things are in place for people like Doris. It's like, okay, but what are those things that you're gonna put in place?
Well, no, I'm just honestly like I'm just fucking sick of like the liberals being more like, boo-hoo, the fucking Queen's dead. Okay, who cares?
Us all of the most powerful symbol of public service. She was Canada's monarch for 70 years, almost half of the life of the Confederation, and never wavered in her lifelong commitment to duty. All of us in public life can find something to admire in her example. All of us hope to leave our country, our region, our community a better place. That's why we got involved, at least it should be. And that's what today's all about. Atlantic Canadians, like coastal communities everywhere, have storied tradition of dealing with the elements, tough, resilient, and hardworking. But climate change is a storm we can't just ride out. It has become a clear and present danger. We're seeing it in our communities and across the world
Okay, then if it's such a big fucking issue, then why the fuck aren't we doing anything to stop the culprits from, fucking doing it? The top
Because we are the culprits.
the top 100 companies are responsible for 75% of the pollution. I don't think like the average everyday Canadian is responsible for any of that.
Yeah, no. Just like people, you or me, we're totally responsible for 3/4 the world's pollution. Yeah,
Well,
because that makes sense. No, it's the big companies. Like,
like
if they really wanted to cut down,
if you really
like,
wanted to cut
it was
down on fucking um the pollution and whether that be like CO2 or fucking toxic chemicals being pumped into fucking drinking water. Maybe go after fucking companies. Go after those top 100 companies first.
yeah,
Like
instead of producing all of those emissions.
like it is a problem for sure. Like I completely agree. Like climate change is a problem, but you know, letting the fucking companies just get away with it is
That doesn't solve the issue
it's
either.
it's not going to solve the fucking problem.
In the ever more frequent and extreme weather events. The question is now, what are we about to do about climate change going forward? How are we going to prepare to keep our communities safe? How do we stop making the problem worse and start reversing the damage? How do we ensure affordability and reliability of energy supplies as we deal with climate hazards? Since 2015, our government has consistently pursued the most ambitious climate action of any government in Canada's history.
Bro, no, you haven't. I mean, probably comparatively, but you guys haven't been able to keep your fucking promises. Let's be.
They haven't kept, like, a single promise of theirs.
Like, I'm referring to when it comes to climate. Like, the only exception is like that small carbon tax that they put on, but that that's nothing.
Yeah, like, how's that gonna affect anything?
More than $100 billion have been invested to date. Putting a price on pollution and returning the revenues to households has been and will continue to be central to our efforts to change climate course. It's working. Si ça fonctionne, c'est parce que nous attribuons un coût à ce que nous ne voulons pas, la pollution, et nous ajoutons une valeur à ce que nous voulons, de l'air pur, des énergies propres, fiables et abordables, ainsi que des emplois durables. Là où les provinces ont choisi d'utiliser le système fédéral plutôt que leur propre modèle de tarification de la pollution, 8 ménages sur 10 reçoivent plus d'argent qu'ils n'en déboursent pour leur consommation en énergie fossile. That works out to hundreds of dollars each year that gets delivered to families through their quarterly climate action incentive checks. This is a system that makes life more affordable for regular people and fight climate change. And that's something our government will always stand up for. Recently, the four Atlantic premiers raised an interesting and compelling public policy matter that is of particular concern to their region when it comes to affordability and fighting climate change, as have my colleagues from Atlantic Canada today. This region has one of the highest proportion of homes heated with oil furnaces in the country, and many of those are older homes with modest income, as Cody has just outlined.
Okay, maybe give reparations to those people so that they're able to buy a better fucking furnace.
Exactly, or provide them with such a thing, so that way they don't have to spend that money.
Like, if you're so concerned about it, then like fucking do something about it.
Either give the people the money quicker, or just give it to them for free.
These are households that would love to get off the roller coaster of global oil and gas price fluctuations, but have too few options. They want reliable, affordable home heating, and their premiers were right to go for bat for them, as are my colleagues here today. Voilà pourquoi je suis heureux d'annoncer aujourd'hui un investissement qui pourrait atteindre 250 millions de dollars pour la création d'un nouveau programme visant à aider les ménages canadiens à abandonner le mazout comme combustible pour le chauffage domestique. Compte tenu de la situation spécifique du Canada atlantique, où historiquement le mazout était le moyen simple pour chauffer les bâtiments, environ 120 millions de dollars de cet investissement seront réservés pour Terre-Neuve-Labrador, le Nouveau-Brunswick, la Nouvelle-Écosse et l'île du Prince-Édouard. Atlantic Canadians, just like people across the country, deserve to be able to heat their homes with affordable, reliable, and clean power. So just like I committed to my Atlantic colleagues, today our government is taking an important step to help make that happen. So I am very happy to announce a new program of up to $250 million to help Canadian households move off home heating oil and onto affordable green options like electric heat pumps. And in recognition of the reality of
They don't
Atlantic
even
Canada's
mention
built environment.
geothermal heating.
What?
What a shame. They didn't even mention geothermal heating.
Canada doesn't have enough geothermal activity for it to really be relevant.
But it's still significantly cheaper than even electric heat pumps.
Yeah, but like electric heat pumps, like they're a lot more convenient.
Yeah, I know. They're the most cost effective in terms of getting the most out there for the least amount of money.
I prefer just having a fucking electric one anyways.
Oh, of course. You're basic, aren't you?
It doesn't really fucking matter. It will last the same amount of time as another one, as well as work just as fucking fine.
Man, I'm just hamming it up.
A little bit.
Environment. Where using oil to heat homes is much more common. Approximately 120 million of the total is earmarked for Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. Federal funds will be made available through the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund to provincially administered home heating transition programs. This new funding can be stacked with other federal and provincial incentives, like the Canada Greener Homes Grant, so that up to 100% of the cost of a new heat pump may be covered for low-income households. Cette première étape sera suivie de d'autres mesures visant des solutions pour que tous et toutes au Canada puissent avoir accès à de l'énergie propre, durable et abordable. Nous nous sommes engagés à
Soviet
aider les Canadiens et
deployments?
Canadiennes de
Hell yeah.
l'Atlantique à régler leurs
I
factures
love my
d'énergie
household
coûteuses.
Soviets.
En investissant 250 millions de dollars, nous tenons cette promesse. Et en
I make
plus,
sure to keep one in my
nous
basement.
promettons aux gens d'économiser des milliers de dollars par année tout en combattant les changements climatiques. Bien que ce nouveau financement réponde aux préoccupations spécifiques de mes collègues de l'Atlantique ainsi que des premiers ministres de cette région concernant les coûts du chauffage des maisons, je tiens à dire qu'il ne s'agit que de l'une des nombreuses mesures que notre gouvernement met en place pour rendre abordable la consommation des biens essentiels à la population canadienne en cette période d'inflation mondiale. As the Prime Minister announced, we're doubling GST payments to lower-income Canadians for 6 months, boosting the low-income rent support program and helping parents pay for their kids' dental costs in modest income families. Nous savons également que ces programmes de
Hey, but what about
what's the threshold of a modest income family?
Well,
like, how much is that?
what about fucking low income families?
Yeah, they need this support more than anyone.
Like they need support a lot fucking too, but we just don't give a shit about.
No, the poor can stay poor.
If you don't like your fucking jobs, just quit, forehead. Go find a job that pays better, forehead.
Yeah, pull yourself up by your bootstraps,
Literally impossible to do. Like I fucking hate that mentality so much. It's like
Me too.
Oh, sometimes people take, the only job that they're able to find and so that they don't fucking go hungry or shit.
Listen, as long as the person, like whichever person, if they only have one job option and they take it, all the better for them.
Sometimes it's the only option they're able to take too, though.
Yeah,
Especially more rural areas.
Yeah, and sometimes the only option is like, the worst option available.
de transition du chauffage résidentiel sont extrêmement populaires et que cette transition nécessitera un effort soutenu. Voilà pourquoi la totalité de cet investissement de 250 millions de dollars s'échelonne sur une période de 4 ans. Ainsi, cela permettra la création de nouveaux emplois dans les secteurs de l'énergie propre partout au Canada et l'établissement d'une chaîne d'approvisionnement dynamique au Canada atlantique. Des maisons confortables et chauffées à l'aide d'une source d'énergie fiable, abordable et favorisant de bons emplois locaux. Voilà notre objectif. Too often, we see conservative politicians tell us to change course, stop trying, to delay action, or to pretend that climate change doesn't even exist. They suggest you can fight global inflation by polluting more right here at home. And they're proposing to kick the problem down the road for someone else to clean up.
I mean, that's what
That will
conservatives
never
are,
be our
though.
approach. We're focused on affordability, we're focused on climate change, and we're focused on addressing them together. By putting a price on pollution and helping households make the switch to cleaner, cheaper, reliable home heating right now, our government is making a positive and sustainable contribution instead of living in fear or denial. A world of reliable, clean, and affordable energy produced at home and supported by a vibrant, clean energy supply chain and good paying, sustainable jobs. That's a win for Atlantic Canadians, a win for our environment. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Minister. This wraps up the formal portion of this announcement, and the Minister is now happy to take your questions.
Yeah, so we will now go to questions. So I'll just ask the reporters on the line just to lift your virtual hand if you have a question. First up, Ross Lord.
Did he? Is
I
he?
think you are muted, Ross.
Bro,
Oh.
how has it been 2 fucking years, and they still haven't got this right?
I have no idea.
Oh, fucking boomers, man.
How does technology work? It's like you're the ones who freaking developed it, aren't you?
Oh,
It's like, well, obviously not, but listen, if you're old enough to buy the phone and to make the account, you're smart enough to know how to operate the damn thing.
you'd be surprised.
Well, I'm not surprised by how many people will like buy a phone and immediately ask someone else like, "How the fuck do I use this phone?" It's like, "Did you have one like this before?" Yes. Okay, well, it's the exact same thing, just slightly newer. It's like, "Well, teach me everything about it again."
Instead
It's like,
of
I've done this 7 times before. There's a new phone every year. Stop asking me to help you.
instead of sharp edges, this one has rounded edges. And
Ooh.
and instead of 2 cameras, it has 3 cameras. It's
And
not
they're all still dog shit.
it's not any different than the last time.
The battery sucks.
The battery's just slightly better.
Yep. It's also the screen's also slightly brighter.
Oh, good. Okay. So you didn't hear me say, I hope everyone can hear me.
Yep.
Minister Guilbeault, how does the reopening of the Donkin Underground coal mine keep Breton fit or maybe contradict your government's plan to move away from fossil fuels?
It contradicts it a lot.
Well, yeah, it's like, oh no, we're gonna be greener. Continues to mine coal. It's like, listen, go nuclear.
As you know, we've made a commitment to eliminate the use of coal in Canada by 2030. We're well on our way to do that, and I would invite you to go back to the.
No, we're not. We're nowhere near on target.
Like, what is this guy talking
Unless
about?
unless
How are
you
we
like
anywhere close to that?
unless you do like China style rapid developments, then yeah, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, no, because Canada is not China.
So no, reopening this fucking coal mine won't solve anything.
Like, I can understand the idea of having excess coal in case of like, oh well, shit. Now this like other power plant, our solar power plant is like shut down and not producing any power. We have to switch back. That makes sense, but that's not really doing any favors for you. then
Yeah.
you shouldn't, instead of like falling back on the coal thing, you should double down on like the solar or whatever form energy providing source that you had that malfunctioned. You should find other clean and green contingency plans for that.
The emissions reduction plan that we published last March would shows that by far the electricity sector in Canada is the sector that has reduced its emission the fastest of any other sector. So we still have some work to do, but our work to tackle pollution in the electricity sector is going very well.
Nice steps
I
sidestepping
see
the
that, but what
question.
does that have to do with reopening Donkin?
Well, I mean, frankly, you should ask the province that question. As you know, the federal government doesn't tell provinces which source of energy they should use or not. We're
Okay, then do that.
Yeah, then like you as the new quote unquote government, you should do that. Like put that in place.
Like, put your fucking foot down. Be like, no, this you're gonna be using this kind of or this form of energy.
Yeah.
If you need fucking materials or some shit, will be sent. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's like if you need the materials to build these green energy, factories or like, production lines, cool. We will provide you the materials to build these solar farms, these wind farms, these nuclear power plants. Just get off of coal already, damn it.
I do think it does go both ways. I do think it is more of a provincial issue as well as more of a federal issue. Well,
Well, yeah, we can tackle both sides. We'll have to tackle them differently, obviously, but the solution, like there is a solution there. We just need to, come up with it and
no,
develop it.
it's essentially the same solution. Doesn't really matter because like fuck Quebec, it's a decent amount of like their energy. So
Exactly. Now it's just a matter of shoving it down everyone else's throats. Like this is clean, this is green energy.
like
Use it.
like most country or most provinces and territories will be on board. The only one that actually might pose like a little bit of annoyance is like Alberta.
Because they want to be different.
They're different, all right.
We all know Albertans. They're just different.
We're tackling pollution, and that's exactly what we're doing with today's announcement by helping tens of thousands of people get off home heating oil in the coming years and go for more affordable and cleaner options to heat their homes.
Yes, but how is reopening a coal uh, mining operation going to solve that problem? It's not. It's just going to contribute more to the problem.
Brian Flynn.
I got muted again. Sorry. Final question for you, sir. Environmentalists say that Donkin coal produces more greenhouse gas emissions than coal used for electricity. Apparently, the Donkin coal is used for steel making. So why is that coal not included in your emissions regulations? It seems as though there may be a loophole there.
No, there's no loophole. So,
Bro, of course there's a loophole.
Yep. Oh no, there's totally no loophole. We didn't purposefully make that so we could get away with it. What are you talking about?
Like if you're using it for fucking steel production and shit like that, of course it's going to be more fucking pollution. It should be fucking regulated. Wow.
So
exactly.
There's obviously the emissions that are emitted by any industrial actors in Canada are taken into account both in the national inventories and are also part of the system, the pricing system that we've put in place. Obviously, in terms of pricing, we will have news to communicate. We are in discussion with provinces and territories on an updated, more stringent system starting in 2023. But the emissions captured by industrial emitters will be tackled under the system.
Will it though?
Thank you.
Brian Flynn.
It's to take his,
Yes,
nervous
Mr.
sip of
Guibault,
water.
your program is expected to run over 4 years. I'm wondering, in the meantime, is there going to be any provision in carbon pricing to help low-income Canadians who are heating with heating oil.
Nope.
Is there any provision to help them with carbon prices?
Nope.
So
No,
two
of course
things
not.
to say about that. First one, as I said, and as you might have noted in my remarks, in provinces where the federal system is being applied, 8 out of 10 households receive more money from the federal government than what it's costing them in terms of consumption of fossil fuels. Number one. Number two, there's a 10% increase on that amount for rural Canadians because we recognize that in rural areas, sometimes you have less options than people in urban areas would have. So we've already taken that into consideration.
Follow up?
I was wondering if I could ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Minister, I was wondering, the provinces submitted their proposals for carbon pricing almost 2 weeks ago. When are you going to be responding to that? And in particular, I'm curious about Nova Scotia because Nova Scotia submitted a plan that didn't include a carbon price, as I'm sure you're aware.
So we're in the process of finalizing the analysis of the submissions we've received from provinces. Some provinces have decided to update their submission. So I would estimate it will take Environment and Climate Change Canada team another couple of weeks probably to be able to make a final determination in terms of these systems. So, October, I would imagine, maybe November, we will be in a position to announce what will be put in place for 2023. So we have a bit of time ahead of us. The new systems must be in place by January 1st.
Why not start now? Winter is coming.
Yeah, like winter will hit and it will hit hard. Canadian winters are brutal.
Like, if it's such a big thing for them to have this ready, why haven't they either already started or why aren't they not starting now?
Because they want to hold off and save that money just so more people suffer. When you think about it, like the more people are gonna suffer, right? The more they're gonna want that, and then they're gonna blindly choose this government system that will do nothing in the long run. It's like, oh no, we promised to supply you with money and all these like greener energy heating options for your homes,
Rather
and
have
then like all of a sudden it's like, hey, guess what? By the way, yeah, we were lying about that.
I'd rather have fucking liberals just lying about it, just not fucking doing anything about it than the fucking conservatives make it worse.
Yeah.
Of next year, so we have a bit of time ahead of us, but we don't want to take too much time either.
We still have some time for questions. If there's other reporters on the line that would want to have a question, just raise your hand. Il semble pas y avoir d'autres questions, alors c'est ce qui met fin à la conférence de presse.
His glasses.
Justin.
All right, let's have a discussion about Pierre Poilievre. So,
Millhouse.
this fucking Millhouse looking ass. He is probably one of the fucking worst politicians we have ever had in Canadian history.
Yeah.
So, it's
Buckle in. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
It's just he's all talk and no substance. It's fucking his policies are non-existent. He has no fucking plans and just wants to fucking attack the liberals. He fucking marches with fucking right wing extremists and is in support of them. So, let's see how his first day went, shall we?
Trudeau is out of touch, and Canadians are out of money. Cost
You're also incredibly out of touch too, my guy. You are so fucking out of touch. Like, a vast majority of Canadians do not like you.
Yeah, that's truth.
Hell, he's even fairly fucking divisive in his own fucking party.
You know you're a shit leader when even your own party is like debating whether or not you should get kicked.
Dead serious. He I think he only had
Poilievre looking kind of sus.
I only think he had like 61% of approval rating in the Conservative Party, which is fucking
Oh.
dog shit.
Well, yeah, because if barely like if 10% more than half of the people in your party think you're not a piece of shit, yeah, no, you're not doing the best for yourself.
Yeah, it's one of the worst fucking options that the Conservatives could have selected. He's just gonna fucking lose to Sexy Librarian again.
Yeah, but I'd rather have Sexy Librarian rather than Millhouse.
The more Trudeau spends, the more things cost.
Pierre Poilievre, in his first address as leader, he's taking on the Prime Minister and the government's handling of the cost of living crisis. Poilievre is fresh off his landslide win at the Conservative Leadership Convention last weekend. So is this an effective strategy to introduce himself to Canadians?
No.
No.
It is not. Because all it makes him look like is just a whiny fucking baby.
Well, yeah, you know, if the first thing any like Canadian sees from Pierre Poilievre is just Justin Trudeau and bitching about him, it's like, okay, well, any numbskull can do that.
The last two fucking chuds we had in the fucking Conservative Party for the leader, they did the exact same fucking thing. Like, O'Toole tried to shake it up a little bit by being like, hey, I'm saying the Nazi bits out loud. As well as like, oh, let's appeal to progressives a little bit more. Which didn't really fucking work out in his favor, because every single progressive saw through his little stunt.
I mean, it was more just funny to see Aaron O'Toole, you know, be a tool and just completely fail at every aspect.
Aaron O'Toole was so fucking boring, man.
He was.
Like,
ugh.
At least Poilievre's a little bit fun to watch, man. He's like the Giga Chud of the Conservative Party. I do think that there is one higher that's that is more right wing in politics than fucking Poilievre, though. That being Derek Sloan. That guy's fucking awesome. He says the most wildest shit ever. And he's also like fairly fucking unpopular too. Like even fucking conservatives who are like unhinged psychopaths are like, yeah, no, this guy is crazy.
Yo, when the psychos are calling someone else a psycho, you know it's real.
Send a message to Liberals. It's Thursday, and At Issue is back. Chantal Hébert, Elamine Abdul-Mahmoud, Althea Raj, and Andrew Coyne. Good to see everybody. I saw some of you last Saturday, but I'm glad we're back in our regular Thursday night date. We heard a number of things from Pierre Poilievre this week, an address to caucus, talking to the media, losing a Conservative MP, his first. What did we make of his first few days? Andrew, I'm going to start with you.
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, I think everyone thought he gave a very good speech at the convention or whatever you want to call that, where they announced the winner. Clearly had a triumphant day out of that and well earned. And he certainly got hold of some issues, particularly on affordability, inflation, that are going to give the government fits.
Yeah, but like even the fucking Liberals brought that up though.
Yeah, you couldn't talk about it all you want, but it's when you actually do something that, you know, it'll actually make a difference.
Like, what is his fucking plan? Like, he has no fucking plan. You're talking about a guy who famously fucking wants Canada's currency to go crypto. Like,
Yeah,
it's fucking
no.
nuts.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna make all the Canadians' money into lines of code that I can just steal. It's like, no,
Well,
let's not do that.
crypto also like plummets like insanely fast too, though.
Well, yeah, like it'll take no time at all for crypto to shoot up and
Like,
then immediately crash.
like remember what happened to Bitcoin? Remember what happened to Dogecoin? Like,
GameStop?
GameStop was something else.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
know,
crypto.
but still.
That's that's the stock market. That's not crypto.
I mean, it rose and it fell quite quickly, a lot like cryptos. So, I mean,
Stock. That's not crypto though. They're two separate entities.
I know they're separate
Crypt,
entities. I
crypt,
was just drawing a correlation. I know
crypt,
correlation does not equal causation, but you
crypto.
get the idea.
Crypto is like the equivalence of modern day Beanie Babies. That's all it is.
Modern day Beanie Babies. I'm
Yeah,
gonna use that.
I swear it's gonna. I swear it's gonna be fucking valuable one day. I swear. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me, bro. Trust me.
Bro, if
It's
you invest in Beanie Babies and buy all of them, you collect all 12 special unicorn Beanie Babies. They'll like sell for millions later. Believe me.
it's just crypto is just so fucking stupid. Anyone who supports it should not have money.
Yeah. It's like, listen, if you're dumb enough to invest in it, you're dumb enough to get stolen from.
Yeah.
And he's a very effective critic on that. But in the meantime, he's also, hadn't been in place for 2 days, and he starts in on the same kind of attack dog strategy. In this case, not directed at the government, but in one case at a member of the media, and another case at a member of his own party, Alain Reyes.
Oh yeah. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Do I have it up?
You might.
Let's see here. Yeah, it's this one here. We'll get to that one event.
All right.
Decided to leave the party because he didn't want to serve under.
I think he called him like. I don't remember what he called him, but I think he called him like liberal suck up or something like that. It was so funny.
As leader, there's just a certain note of ungraciousness, to say the least, in it. An ability to find enemies under every bed, to turn everybody who criticizes him or disagrees with him or just doesn't jump when he tells him to, turn them into a partisan liberal. And it's not the behavior of somebody who's really on top of his game and feeling self-confident as you would think he would be. People who really are kind of natural leaders tend to be quite generous to other people, even to their critics, because they don't feel they have to tear them down. Whereas this kind of
Bro, that's like all what conservatives do, though.
Yeah.
They try and tear down and fucking straw man, even fucking liberal arguments, and and thinking that just because you're louder, you're automatically right. Which no, that's not how it works. It looks like you're being an emotional crybaby when you get.
That's like, oh, look at me. I can't control what I'm saying and how it affects me. It's like, oh, your emotions are unchecked and unregulated. Stop. You're using that to influence your decisions instead of using facts and reasoning?
And
Yeah, no thanks.
the funny thing is that they think that leftists are hypocritical when it comes to that because like they just keep fucking running circles, being like, no, that's not how fucking things work, and like calling like all it's thinking that like all fucking leftists are a bunch of fucking crybaby snowflakes. I'm like, bro, if anyone's a crybaby snowflake, it's you. Like
I know you said, you meant to say crybaby, but I heard the word cryberry.
I must have cut out on your end then. No, but
Maybe.
like, if anyone's a crybaby, snowflake, it's fucking conservative clowns. Like, it is for one, it is so easy getting a conservative triggered. For two, it's funny as fuck.
Well, just seeing them explode. It's like, so, are you an Apache attack helicopter or what? And then they're just gonna be like, oh, did you just assume my gender? It's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, and then like fucking conservatives only have like 2 jokes.
Of course.
Time to get some new jokes. Like, it's just they're just so easy to make mad. All you have to do is like say fucking, I don't know, indigenous people deserve a place to live, and they'll be like, "Ree! No, you can't do that." Like it's not hard.
Of course not.
Like they are probably, and like they also think that their fucking opinions matter. When you
I
know,
remember when that happened.
when you know
Oh
they
wait, no, I don't, because it never did.
and and like they think that it's a good substitute for like comparative to having a good based in like logic and facts argument, or you know, instead of like having a fucking, they'll just be like, no, I'm gonna play the game where I just cry over not getting my way, like I accuse other people of, that I don't like doing.
I'm gonna throw a temper tantrum and blame everyone else that has a temper tantrum.
Well, all that fucking conservatives are, whether they be like part of the voting bloc or in fucking parliament, is they act like fucking toddlers. Not even. I've seen
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
I've
I've seen toddlers being very well behaved.
I've seen toddlers more well behaved than conservatives. So
Yeah,
fucking.
and sadly with these conservatives, you can't just sit down with them and be like, hey bud, that wasn't very nice. You need to apologize.
I don't wanna.
Of ankle biting style is more. It just seems smaller. It makes him look smaller, and I don't think he seems to realize that or doesn't care.
Althea?
I just don't think he's trying to win everybody. I was struck by the response to Alain Reyes leaving as well. I mean, this is a man who served under one of his very good friends, Andrew Scheer, as Quebec lieutenant, who helped the party expand.
And Andrew Scheer is underneath fucking Pierre Poilievre. It's come full circle.
History repeats itself.
It's fucking silly, man.
And its base in Quebec, or at least that was the effort in 2019, was quite impressive in terms of the candidates that Mr. Reyes recruited, to basically not even thank him at all for his work, to only say that the reason he's leaving is because he doesn't want to fight Justin Trudeau on inflation, and then for the party to have the gall to send text messages to all the conservative all the conservative members in Mr. Reyes's riding, urging them to call his constituency office and tell them that he must resign, is just so out of the norm that I'm thankful that the Conservative Party actually recognized that and issued a tweet apologizing for that behavior.
Yeah, only because they got so much fucking backlash from it, though.
Yeah, if they didn't get any backlash, they wouldn't have apologized.
Like, I completely forgot about this, or that they did this. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That was kind of fucked up that they did that.
It's like, well, yeah, no shit, it was messed up. Like, ugh. Don't harass people, please. Doesn't matter if they're in positions of power or not. Just don't harass people.
I mean, sometimes like a push though is good for people in position of power.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that, but there's a difference. Like, there's a big, stark difference.
But to Andrew's point, the doxing that might happen to Mr. Poilievre's critics is quite concerning, and it really goes to reaffirm everything that Mr. Reyes said when he decided to leave about the Trump-style divisive politics that Mr. Poilievre was leading. That's why he was leaving.
Yeah, it's like Trumpism in Canada is like a very big fucking problem.
Yeah, it is.
Like it's just silly. Like if you want to be American so much, go live in America.
Exactly. Go be another, true patriot American.
Go
or
be
whatever.
another, go be another red-blooded American, brother. Yay, yay. And then
Just
whoever is, we'll trade the fucking annoying libs that that are in America for fucking hogs. We'll keep a couple hogs though. It's nice to have a couple pets.
yeah, entertainment's always nice.
I mean, Mr. Poilievre just confirmed all of that. So I don't think it was a very good first few days.
Yeah, Mr. Reyes, just to remind people, did support Jean Charest. He was a pretty important part of that campaign, and then felt that he had to leave when Pierre Poilievre was elected. I mean, those are a couple instances of sort of a confrontation or conflict, but I mean, that's not all that happened this week, and he did give a good delivery to caucus, and when you talk to people who were at the caucus meeting, they were delighted to have been at that meeting. So Chantal, what did you make of Poilievre's foray into things?
Yeah, a lot of them were delighted until they discovered what was going to happen over the next 2 days. This was the wrong week to test whether scorched earth politics that gets you the leadership is something you need to bring in to do well. In this province, every Quebec MP has been hurt by what has happened to Alain Reyes. This was the week when people tuned in. And what they saw wasn't the speech at the convention or the speech to caucus, which plays in the middle of the day and that most of us watch, but most other people don't. The face of the Conservative Party in Quebec over the past few elections has been the Quebec lieutenant. That Quebec lieutenant happens to be a happy political warrior who is called Alain Reyes.
Papela.
And then suddenly you've got people saying we're swamped with calls from people. And if you're going to make this a fight between you and Alain Reyes in Quebec, you will lose. And this week he lost big time.
Yeah, he has a lot of fucking support in Quebec. So challenging him is idiotic. I don't even know why he attempted to do that.
I'm unsure why either. Maybe we'll have to delve into his brain to find out the answer.
I know he's a stupid, whiny little bitch. That's.
We didn't even have to do surgery on a grape to figure that one out. How far the world has come.
I will make Canada great again. When we were fucking great. We were fucking throwing.
Before we were founded.
When we were fucking throwing indigenous kids into schools and fucking murdering them.
And doing other unspeakable acts to them.
Fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Fucking. He's just. I already know he's going to fucking lose to the Liberal.
Well, he better lose. If not, I want to just move to the Mars.
Bro, like fucking only 24% of Canada's population approves of him or something like that.
Exactly.
It's not high. It's even low by conservative leaders' standards in the Conservative Party itself. So there's that. Like the Conservatives are just trying to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
It's like, well, shit, we're running out of ideas. Just throw everything at the wall.
Yeah.
It's like, but there's only like one thing that works. It's like, well, then just do that and crank it up to 11. It's like, no, you're gonna go overboard again.
Yeah, it's
they implode on themselves.
Basically, it's just pandering to the fucking. That's all it is.
How can we get the Christians and other religious folk to join us? Oh, I know. Just tell them that God would lead them this way, and then there you go.
Oh yeah, totally.
In the same way that if you're going to make it a fight against David Aiken in the press gallery, someone who used to work for Sun TV, not a very liberal place, you will lose. So me, I think their instincts got in the way of their best week for Canadians to have the first look at the new Conservative leader.
Elamine?
I just don't think they've planned this far yet, right? Like, I don't think they've planned much further than the launching speech at the convention event, which was a very good speech. We all talked about how effective it was, how he sort of drew a different image than we've been used to from Pierre Poilievre.
Bro, it was not even a good speech. It was one of the fucking worst speeches I've heard come out of a fucking conservative leader's mouth. Like, it was good if you were a chud, but that's it.
Yeah, and thankfully good is subjective in this scenario.
The problem is you got to go back to work on Monday, and going back to work on Monday means sort of returning to the thing that made you famous.
Oh, he's fucking BuzzFeed, that's why. Come on, bro.
Oh, you have to go back to the thing that made you famous. Otherwise, it's not kosher. It's like, oh,
come on,
we
bro.
got BuzzFeed. Why? The only person that would agree with whatever Pierre Poilievre said is from BuzzFeed.
Such a fucking American, bro. Come on. Come on, dude.
So we kind of return to the pugnacious style sort of politics that we've seen from him all along. It sort of gives a split screen idea of what Pierre Poilievre is trying to do. Of okay, is he trying to change the channel of how people view him, which is what we saw at that convention event, or is he trying to be the thing that made him, a household name, at least among conservatives, which is exactly the performance that he had this week. And it feels like they've not made up their minds just yet. But also, it's been 6 days, so maybe it can take some time.
Yeah, Chantal wants to, and then I'll go to Chantal, then Andrew. Yep.
Just to mention, if they did eventually apologize in a very weird way, as in the machine made us do it, about the Alain Reyes text. Sorry that your computers are writing for you to specific people. But the only reason they had to do that is because they would have had a hard time holding caucus together. A lot of the MPs who are not with them have their hands on the door handle. And yesterday was a really bad day, enough of a bad day that people who never apologize about anything and never back off had to do that.
Andrew?
Every political victory carries the seeds of potential defeat, which is to say, you win because you have a tight-knit group of advisors who make big bets and you carry it off. And the danger is that you come to believe that you can't do any wrong, you can't make any mistakes.
Yeah.
And so you start losing touch with how other people are seeing you outside of the particular group of your admirers. He's had 6 months where he's been talking to groups of people who just love everything he says.
Yep.
Now he's in a very different world, and you got to adjust and be able to see how other people are seeing you.
Except, as you say, Althea, maybe he doesn't care if other people are seeing him in a different way. Maybe that's okay for him.
Well, I think he cares about caucus. Like, I think part of the over-response to Alain Reyes is a warning shot across the bow to all the other MPs. This is what will happen if you leave. And it kind of harkens back to...
Well, if you're being a radical, like a fucking psychopath that, pretty much no one likes, and, like, attacking the status quo conservatives, of course they're gonna fucking change sides, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how that works.
Listen, would you follow someone that would tell you, "Hey, you know what? Let's skin human babies alive and hang them from their skin, their flesh that's still attached to them because they're sort of back on, and we'll just hang them from streetlights." It's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna switch sides, bud. I'm not gonna be following that guy anymore.
Well, he's not that extreme. Or he hasn't said that out loud, at least.
Well, listen, you said extreme, so I gave an extreme example.
I'm referring to, like, attacking the fucking status quo that your party is based on and, like, driving away voters. And only like fucking hyper focusing on the small minority of your fucking voting block. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
And then like threatening anyone that in your party that doesn't agree with you. And then they switch sides because they see how psychopathic you are being.
I mean, yes, skinning babies alive and sewing their skin back on is pretty psychopathic.
Bro, come on.
Days under some parts of the Stephen Harper rule. But I think in terms of the general population, no, they don't think this has legs. This is not to whom this is directed. They have a very tailored message to young people on housing, for example, that seems to be resonating. They are trying to embrace an electoral strategy that is completely different than Erin O'Toole's strategy in 2021, in the sense that they want to bring those PPCers into the Conservative fold and they want to depress Liberal votes.
I mean, of course they want to fucking bring the PPCers into the Conservative Party. That's who their primary demographic is right now. And we all
they just
know,
want to consume another party.
and we all know how well the fucking PPC performed last election cycle.
Oh, they did amazingly. They were
Oh,
beaten by the Green Party. How do you get beaten by the Green Party?
fucking, that's why.
The PPC, that's how.
If they, if they make the political climate so toxic that lots of voters decide that they want to stay home because it's not worth engaging.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, the whole thing with that is that, if their fucking party is being psychopathic, they're either gonna swap to a different party, or they're just gonna simply not vote.
Exactly. Like, the amount of people that I've heard say, you know what, I'm just not going to vote. It's kind of concerning because it's like, why? It's like, why aren't you going to vote for change? It's like, well, I mean, one vote can only do so much. It's like, yeah, but one vote can make a difference.
Power in numbers.
Listen,
They
just
will have
because
won.
there's someone say
Politicians face
+1,
a
that doesn't mean you're worthless.
Decide that they want to stay home because it's not worth engaging, then they will have won.
Politicians face a very simple choice. Do you allay those fears and empower people and show them how we're going to build a better future? Or do you amplify those fears for short-term political gain?
Prime Minister there reacting to Pierre Poilievre's win as Conservative leader, responding back to criticism from Poilievre, of course, that his government's handling of the inflation crisis. How will the dynamic play out between the two of them in the coming days? At issue is back. Chantal, Elamine, Andrew, and Althea. Elamine, I said you'd start us off. What did you make of both the Prime Minister's speech to caucus? He was out in New Brunswick, and then those sort of questions that he took the following day, in terms of sort of broadly painting politicians who create fear as a way to motivate people?
So, fear is actually a very good way to motivate people.
It is. It's a scarily good way of motivating people.
Which is where we get the. It's so good, in fact, that it has its own term called.
And that is?
Fear mongering.
Yes, fear mongering.
Or
it's so good. It's got the word mongering in it.
Or tactics. That's another one, like scare tactics.
Scare tactics, yeah.
Fear is a very good way to get people to act in a specific way, because if you can manipulate it like any other emotion, right?
Of course you can.
And so, by fear mongering a population of people, you can get them to do some pretty wild shit because they're afraid. Like the Republicans in America are an excellent example of that. They fearmonger so much that it's pretty much it's essentially their fucking plan.
Just scare everybody into believing you. Or scare them into believing that they can't live without you.
Which isn't true.
Well, of course it's not true, but that's their tactics. That's what their methodology is.
Fearmongering is like, fear is very good for control, because if you get enough people afraid of something, you can essentially get those people to act in the way that you want.
Yep. And there's a very good I guess it would be like electronic simulation experiment called We Are What We Consume.
Not necessarily.
Well, not necessarily, but like in a sense,
bro.
Do
you know?
You say using fear, right?
You know how
Hey,
much conservative like shit I consume? There'd be like or like other shit.
yes, I know, but there's a small little thing that on the internet, it was like a game or whatever, just called "We Are What We Consume," and all you do is you take pictures of like stuff, and that would be made quote unquote newsworthy. It starts off with hats, and then it devolves into all-out violence.
Well, we saw that happen in America too, though.
I
Like
know.
with the whole like fucking Mr. Potato Head shit, and
Wait, Mr. Potato Head?
yeah,
Oh,
where
I'm afraid to ask.
they conservatives in America were getting fucking triggered that the branding is now not going to be called Mr. Potato Head. It's going to just be called Potato Head. Like who
Okay, that's fine.
gives a shit about that?
Oh no, they're taking the word Mr. out of it. That means it's bad because it's changed.
It's
We
fucking
don't like change.
so you're saying that fucking Mr. Potato Head is transgender? Sure, who cares? Yeah, fine, fuck it.
It's a freaking potato.
It's
They
a
shouldn't have genders in the first
it's
place.
a fucking potato, man. The Irish will
Listen, if you want to identify as a potato, well, good for you.
the Irish will eat it, man. Who
Yeah,
fucking
bud.
as well as like the whole fucking thing with the green M&M not being sexy enough.
Yeah,
Like
I
that
don't
was
get that
another
either.
thing. Like it's so fucking stupid.
Oh, my green M&Ms aren't good looking. Huh.
This is a prime minister who, for the last couple of elections, has been a little bit comfortable with, very carefully orchestrating.
I mean, bro, of course he's gonna be comfortable. When you see his opposition, I'd be pretty comfortable too, not gonna lie.
Yeah, like there's no need for Trudeau to worry because Millhouse isn't going to be affecting him in any way.
Like, the conservatives are just a joke. Okay? And the NDP, like, they have a lot of support, but they don't get a lot of support when it comes to voting.
Yeah, it's like, they're friends with a lot of people, but not a lot of people are friends with them.
I think it's mostly just because, well, NDP voters also engage in something called tactical voting too. So that
Yeah.
also artificially deflates the amount of support that the NDP have. Because
Yep.
they see that the conservatives have a potential to win, and then they get afraid and being like, yeah, fuck that noise. I don't want a conservative government, considering that the Harper government was fucking dog shit.
Of
So
course it
so they
was.
fucking so they fucking vote liberal.
Yeah. But it's like just vote for NDP and then there you go, you're fine.
Which is why I think we should have ranked choice voting in this country.
Now that would be a godsend. Or a Satan send, depending on which religion you believe.
Really fucking nice to have.
Would be.
Some divisions, right? He's sort of wielded the wedge issue weapon very carefully, and I think he's done that in the last two elections. At least part of his campaign has been about making the Conservatives a little bit more scary, and at least trying to tell voters that the Conservative Party is a scary party. So now for him to say that,
But bro, if you actually hear what the fucking conservatives are saying, they should be you should be afraid of them. They're literally spewing Nazi shit.
Yeah, like don't be afraid and run from them. Just be like, oh, what are they doing? And then just like ignore them or like throw
Like
something at them.
like that's such a
But don't
stupid
actually throw something at people.
that's
That's
such a stupid argument. Like who
It
cares?
is.
Like yeah, the conservative party is a party you should be afraid of because they're all fucking psychopaths. Like every single one of them that were voted into caucus are psychopaths.
Just give it 5 years. Skinning babies will be on the menu.
politicians
Man.
ought to be
A lot of
careful
things.
about doing that, or that Canadians should be careful about politicians who are trying to do that. Struck me as a little bit rich, but also at the same time, it makes a lot of sense because that is the kind of narrative that we've seen coming from Pierre Poilievre. Of course, the Liberals would want to remind people as much as possible that Poilievre was very comfortable with the Freedom Convoy from earlier this year without necessarily saying those words at the same time. So it was sort of trying to do a lot of things all at once, but they just have to be careful with how they handle that.
Chantal?
doing a
It's
lot of
early
things all at
days,
once.
and I think the Liberals are still watching and
But I mean, yeah, you
figuring
can do
out
a lot
how
of
to
things at
get
once. It's
under
just that
the skin of
depending
Pierre
on how
Poilievre. And I don't
effectively and
think that the
efficiently you
Prime
can get
Minister
those
had
things
a lot
done,
of impact
or
this
if they
week
even get done in the
outside
first place.
of Liberal circles, because all eyes were on Pierre Poilievre. But what they did learn this week that is very useful is how thin a skin he and his team have. And I think not just the Liberals, also the Bloc Québécois thought they had a good week watching.
Andrew.
Just to amplify Element's point, every election since I've been a voter, basically the liberal tactic has been to raise fears about the conservatives on whether it's on guns or abortion or Medicare. It is part of their playbook. It is, in many cases, their only play. It's not just designed, of course, to depress conservative vote. It's to scare NDP voters into the liberal corral. So they're past masters of that. The difference here, you could say, is that the irrationality of the fears that Poilievre has been playing to, in particular during this campaign, things like the World Economic Forum or calling vaccine mandates vaccine vendettas, and that's.
The vaccine mandates were a good thing, though.
They were a great thing. In fact, I wish they were still in place.
Well, we might get to might get something else from the WHO, an update on COVID.
That'll be nice.
Um,
But yeah, no, like the whole scaring people on guns and abortion.
oh, were they?
I mean, yeah, they were
Was that?
discussing that.
Um, well, a vast majority of Canadians agree that we should have that the gun laws should stay the way that they are, as
Yep,
well as
strict.
fucking people should have access to abortion.
Yeah, and abortion should be free.
Oh, for sure.
Like, women should have control over their own bodies,
Bro, I also think contraceptives.
Of course they should. Please practice safe sex. If you're gonna have sex, do it safely, do it properly. If you want kids, yeah, okay, don't use a condom. If you don't want kids, well, like there's more than enough ways to, do it safely, to do it, without, needing to go and get surgery
Abstinence,
or,
brother.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people,
Abs-
possibly myself
a-
included, that don't want to, abstain.
Abstinence is the only way, brother.
Well, listen, you and your abstinence can stay, and I will take myself and my non-abstinence somewhere else.
Bro, I'm fucking joking about that.
Oh, I know you're hamming it up. Believe me,
I mean,
I just I don't
places
ham it up the way that you or other people would expect me to ham things up.
places that do abstinence only have a higher rate of abortion, as well as a higher rate of teenage pregnancies. And guess where those mostly tend to be?
Alabama.
No, most those places mostly tend to be more conservative areas
Right.
because they're taught abstinence only. I'm not sure if you were taught abstinence only.
I was
I
most like I didn't care.
I
Even if I was taught abstinence only, I just straight up didn't give enough of a shit to pay attention. So I'm just
yeah.
like, all right, whatever.
I initially was taught abstinence only, and then I had my health teacher. The thing is that she had said that I've done it all, I've seen it all. You can ask me anything about it. So bet your ass we had a fucking talk about condoms and shit.
Nice.
So funny.
Yo, what's your favorite position?
Yeah,
So like, listen, if she said ask her anything, I'm gonna ask her everything.
Lance and I were in that class together, and oh, it was so fucking awesome.
That sounds awesome. So
So
I've done it all, I've seen it all. Ask me anything. Hey, yo, what's your favorite position?
also being in a class with my best friend, it makes things a lot better.
Listen, being in class with your friends just makes things better. Listen, me and my buddies were just like dicking around in like, I think it was like a geography class, and my friend Quincy, he just goes, just smoked a gram, and for whatever reason, that was the funniest shit ever. Like we're singing the song Ocean Man, and we're just rhyming shit with Ocean Man, and then I don't know, like our stupid switches were cranked up to 11, and we just thought that was the funniest thing ever, and laughed for like a good 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Smoking a gram caused us to laugh for 10 minutes like we're psychos. Which, I mean, fair enough.
Because that plays to not a particularly rational voter. And, the concern is that you're normalizing the abnormal. You are making things which were previously viewed as fringe concerns seem somehow legitimate. And that does things to our politics that aren't particularly pleasant.
Althea, last word to you.
Pierre Poilievre just posted cringe.
The Liberals have, I mean, Andrew's right.
It's
The
fucking
Liberals have
cringe.
been using that playbook, but some of those fears are legitimate fears. I mean, there's, I think, a difference to be made between criticism that you levy against a political party that are based on legit fears, whether that's abortion or climate action, versus taking an issue and politicizing it like they did with mandatory vaccination and like purposefully picking an issue to drive wedges. And I think what we're seeing in Justin Trudeau and the Liberals this week is that they're kind of trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. I do think that they recognize that some of the comments that they made in the last election were unhelpful, that some of the comments that he made during the Freedom Convoy were not helpful, and that if they are...
What he should have said is everyone who participates in this fucking convoy is a bunch of losers.
Yeah. It's like, oh shit, yo man. Hey, Trudeau's calling me a loser. Can't take that. I don't want to be a loser.
Shut up, you liberal cuck.
going to draw compares and contrast between Pierre Poilievre, then they do need to go...
But, like, to be fair, the guy also did walk with those hogs, though.
He did.
So, if a vast majority of Canadians don't agree on, something like that, and he decides to support it, like, in person...
He's not painting himself in the best light.
Like, it's something that, we should definitely, like, take into consideration, right?
Yeah, it's like, listen, he may do some good things, but there's also quite a few bad things that he's done. Let's not take those out of account yet.
Back to that language that worked so well for them in 2015, the positive, inclusive, hope, and hard work. Like, these are, I mean, he could have been talking about himself in the clip that you played. And so it is interesting to see how they are going to try to fix their error, if you wish, because I think that's what we're trying to see, what we're starting to see.
Okay, everyone, I'm glad that you're back. I'm glad that we're...
I think that this next cycle in politics is going to be fucking amazing.
What are you expecting from it?
Just the most wildest takes from fucking Millhouse.
Wild takes from Millhouse. You know what? I might be looking forward to that.
Like, like, he's already fucking calling reporters that that ask him questions like fucking liberal plants or some shit like that. It's gonna be fucking fun. Let's be real.
I don't know. I like being fake sometimes, though.
Okay, so this is who is Pierre Poilievre? We already know who he is because we did a decent amount of talks about him. He's basically he's essentially almost Derek Sloan, but not hyped up as much on crack as Derek Sloan is. That's essentially who he is.
He's a really smart guy. I like that
Is he a smart guy though? Because he doesn't take like too many questions. He took like 2 questions, if that.
I mean, he's smarter than anyone that's being interviewed here, so I mean, I guess there's that.
And he also looks around at the people who he wants to take questions from because he knows he'll give them fucking easy question.
Yeah. He's just cherry picking.
He is very aggressive. He's a man of the people.
No.
I have some results. We have a new leader, the Honorable Pierre Poilievre.
Honorable my ass.
Look at the hogs go. Yeah.
And those hogs are going hog wild, I guess. Oh, great. Yeah, go run and hug people. Social distancing, what's that?
No, not realistically. Not at all.
No, he can't. He can't. I'm sorry. There is
Listen,
no
with the
shot.
approval rating being so low for him, like nationwide, I don't think he's got any shot of being prime minister.
Because like all he's doing is like attacking the fucking liberal NDP policies that they're actually putting in place, which for the most part I think are good. I don't think they go far enough, but I think they're good. And he's attacking those policies that a lot of Canadians actually, support. So, you know,
Hey, look at all this positive change that your current government's doing. Let me, Pierre Poilievre, aka Millhouse, completely fuck it up. It's like, you know what? No.
bro, I honestly think Aaron O'Toole had a better shot of becoming prime minister than fucking Poilievre. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Like, Aaron
Listen, just because
O'Toole
you're
was
Canadian doesn't mean you have to apologize for this.
and like Aaron O'Toole was fucking boring, man.
He
Outside
was
of
boring, sure, but at
outside of
least
like saying the Nazi parts out loud.
that was just mostly to gain notoriety.
Was it though? Was
Yeah,
it?
it was just, hey, look at me, I'm saying shit to get attention, and it worked. But like, thankfully, he never got elected for anything.
The most fucking forgettable leaders ever.
Who is Pierre Poilievre?
He's a loser.
Pierre Poilievre grew up in Calgary, adopted by 2 teachers.
Automatic red flag. Automatic red flag. If you grow up in Calgary, that's an automatic red flag. Let's be real. If you come from Alberta, I don't think you should be running for fucking prime minister. I'm sorry.
Sorry to any Albertans. Pretty sure that there are some of you that are nice.
Like I'm sorry. If I think you should just be barred from like politics if you're from Alberta.
Wait, is Alberta like Canadian Florida?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, cool.
He often
Albertan
talks
man.
about how support should come from community, not from government.
In a free country, smaller government makes room for bigger citizens.
A fucking weird ass libertarian take.
That sounds good on paper, but
No,
when you
it's-
put it into practice, it's complete dog shit.
No, it's a libertarian take. What he means by smaller governments is like a smaller federal government, and essentially letting fucking everyone do whatever the fuck they want.
Like I said, good on paper, but shit in practice. Because when you actually try and implement those, things to make it work, you'll find out that it doesn't indeed work, and then you're going to be, further behind than you were originally.
There's a reason why libertarians are dunked on so much, bro. Like,
well, yeah,
even fucking Rick and Morty dunked on libertarians.
It's not hard to dunk on libertarians.
And like the funny thing is once I heard them fucking dunking on libertarians, I fucking laughed out loud. I'm like, bro, that's actually really funny and accurate.
Okay, like which character was dunking on them?
It was Rick.
Oh hell yeah! I was gonna say if Morty was dunking on them, holy, he got dunked on by Morty.
Yeah, that and like most libertarians are also like fucking pedophiles too. Why else do you think they hyper focus on age of consent laws in other countries being so low? I'm like, bro, that's a little sus. Don't fucking talk about the age of consent laws there.
I mean, one of their talking points would probably be, well, past the age of consent, age is just a number. It's like, no, get your creepy shit out of here.
No. I'm
Like,
sorry.
listen, you make that a talking point? Yeah, no, sorry, you've lost me.
And like, yeah, they even, sure, like, and like, if some, like, let's say like a 20-year-old woman wants to date a 70-year-old guy, like, I find that very fucking strange, and the old dude to be a fucking creep. But I mean, like, they're both fucking adults, so it's none of my business.
Yeah, fair enough.
I have my own perspective on it.
As does everyone else.
Most people would think that's fucking not okay.
But it's like, well, they're both adults, so they can make their own decisions.
So
Even
it
if
was
some
here
people
that as a
shouldn't be
young
making
member
their
of
own
parliament in
decisions.
his 20s, Pierre Poilievre started really garnering the reputation of being a combative adversary. He was once caught on mic saying F you to some fellow MPs in a committee meeting.
Okay, that's just funny. I'm sorry.
Is that like a rare Golden Millhouse moment?
That's just funny. Let's be real.
Hey, fuck you. That's it.
Just he so desperately wants to be an American politician so badly.
Oh man, you can like see the effort like emitting from him.
Remember him vividly.
Former Liberal MP Wayne Easter remembers dealing with a challenging Poilievre.
Him and I have had some rather interesting exchanges.
Dealing with this minister is like playing chess with a pigeon. He flaps his wings all over the place, knocks the pieces off the table, messes all over the table, then struts around like he won the game.
Remember some credit for
Bro, that's actually kind of funny.
It's like playing checkers with a pigeon or chess.
Walks around like he won the fucking game. I mean, that's true though. It's still fucking true.
Yeah, but like the reason it's so funny with like birds is because they don't have any arms. Because you know, there's just these derpy looking things with faces like I won.
creativity.
He was quite young, but he certainly didn't answer questions and certainly didn't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
15 seconds, Prime Minister.
Ever the opportunist, in 2020, Poilievre was co-chairing a virtual committee hearing with Easter.
Your 16 seconds is up.
When Easter's power went out, Poilievre saw an opening to grill the Prime Minister.
Your 16 seconds are up. I'm going to ask you again because nobody believes you when you say you don't know how much money your family has got from the wheat group.
When he's on an issue, he's like a dog.
Yeah, I remember when that remember the whole fucking We scandal and like how the conservatives were trying to use that to as like a talking point for the election and nothing came of it.
Yep.
Like, don't get me wrong, the whole fucking We scandal like is psychotic. Like, no, they should not be fucking doing that. Absolutely not. But like,
well, of course not.
Like, come on, bro. If that's the only thing you actually have on them, you're gonna fucking lose, man.
Yeah.
Why not talk about how dog shit the policies are and like how they don't go far enough to actually support Canadians?
Exactly. It's like, hey, look, you're not doing enough work. You need to be working harder for your citizens. Instead of just being like, here's something that's completely missing the point. It's like, oh, you're starving? Suddenly cats.
Regardless of what others are trying to do.
That's why I'm running for Prime Minister. To put you back in charge of your life.
When Poilievre announced he was going to run earlier this year, he said he was doing so to give people the freedom to run their own lives.
Freedom from the invisible thief of inflation. Freedom to raise your kids with your values. Freedom to make your own.
Bro, people already raise their kids with their values. The fuck do you talk about? Like, it's stupid. That's such a that's such a nothing burger.
Is he trying to like inject himself into his audience?
He's essentially trying to say that the liberals are communist.
It's like, oh yes, because instead of raising your child the way you would normally raise a child, here's how to raise your child like you would normally raise your child.
Like, there are some people I do think that should not have children because they're fucking psychos.
Well, yeah, granted, like there's always going to be people that
But,
just
like,
shouldn't bear fruit, but
like, people raise their fucking kids how they want to raise them. He's just mad that they're a lot more progressive, or that the fucking children turned out to be a lot more progressive than he fucking wanted to.
Oh, your children supports the LGBTQ plus community? Can't have that.
Oh no. Fucking kid wants to dye their hair? Oh, can't do that.
Not in my government.
What's that? Guys are fucking starting to wear nail polish? Can't have that.
people expressing themselves the way they feel the most comfortable and, not judged. Nope, gotta put them down.
Choices.
He's tapped into the anger and frustrations people have with high food, gas, and housing prices.
But bro, that's not even hard to do though.
Yo, look at that little kid. He's so pissed. He doesn't want to be there.
Like that's not even hard to do to tap into like the fucking fear and anger. It's very fucking easy.
Exactly.
They're emotions that are very fucking easy to tap into,
and to manipulate.
Which is why fucking politicians go after the feelings.
Yeah.
And his message on
like,
economic
oh,
issues
fear.
really resonates with a lot of people.
Shakir Chambers, a conservative strategist, says Poilievre's attacks on the government are also hitting home with supporters.
But when he's talking to politicians
they're not.
or the gatekeepers, if you will, it's much more forceful because he views them as the issue. He views them as causing all these obstacles for the average Canadian.
Yay, yay!
Oh god, not this
Poilievre
again.
took heat for his support of the
I remember
so-called
making
Freedom
fun of
Party.
those. I remember these fucking losers. Oh, it was so funny. Bro, you even had like conservatives fucking making fun of these losers.
Well, of course, these people are
Like,
the most.
They couldn't even fucking spell. Like,
Well, of course they can't.
I remember, I remember like going at the time, like talking with a fucking conservative coworker, and we were just going through all the fucking misspellings that they had. It was so funny.
I'm not the most anal about spelling, but Jesus, when it's the only thing that you notice from these people, it's like, oh, they can't spell.
So yeah, it was like this, and then like the anti-mask protests that he and I made fun of people for. Like,
yeah,
there is common ground.
Oh yeah, like we all have some amount of like common ground to stand on. It's like, look at all these dumb people.
Of course, he said that he didn't support illegal acts, but there were many elements.
Despite the fact that he was like he was pushing for it in more conservative circles, as well as these fucking clowns.
The protests itself were illegal. There were hate symbols and conspiracy theories.
Yeah, QAnon being one of the biggest ones, as well as fucking fucking flying swastikas, Confederate flags, and Trump flags as well.
Yeah, because when I think of oppression, I think of swastikas and Trump.
Oh yeah, totally.
And many people were concerned about the direction he was heading.
I worry that he's catering to some of the misinformation and angers that's out there. And at the end of the day, as a leader, you won't be able to do that. I would hope that he can come back to the center.
What do you make of the Trump comparisons?
I would say comparing Poilievre to Trump is very lazy. Donald Trump has a far more greater desire to kind of stoke political violence and encourage things that I don't think Pierre Poilievre has any desire to kind of engage with.
Now that he's won the leadership race, can he win over enough Canadians to take a general election?
Nope.
And unseat
No.
I would be surprised if he actually managed to get a fucking enough support for even a fucking minority government.
Yeah, if he got enough support for a minority government,
I would.
I don't know.
Well, nothing would get done. Let's be real, because
I
no
know
one,
that.
no one would want to work with him.
Well, of course not, right? They would like be proposing some like solutions to real problems. He goes, nope, nope. Why would that make any sense?
But like, no, I doubt he'll even muster up enough support to fucking win a minority government.
He better not.
Let alone a fucking majority.
Yeah, no, that would be a stretch and a half. Like that would be a real like natural disaster.
Like I'm not gonna lie, the NDP and the Liberals are looking really good so far.
Like they've been doing things, not enough, but they have been doing things.
As well as like, not fucking sticking around with, a bunch of losers.
Yeah, not hanging out with the truckers convoy. Whatever.
Trudeau's Liberals.
Think he'll be Prime Minister?
Oh, absolutely.
Bro, he's so full
There's a
of
hunger
himself.
out there. There's a starvation out there to hear exactly what he was proclaiming tonight. He's saying what people want to hear.
Tell me how
No, he's not. He's what people. If he was saying what people want to hear, he should be like, okay, we're gonna be giving you guys free housing. We're gonna be lowering, or we're gonna be tackling the fucking inflation by adding a new wealth tax and increasing corporate taxes.
Underneath your seats tonight, you'll find this petition.
You know,
this is, we want your vote on how much, the tax for the rich should be. We want your vote on all of these other real issues that you, the people, should actually have a say in.
As well
But
as
guess what? That didn't happen.
As well as, fucking going after fucking supermarkets. Well, making sure that they don't fucking make shit tons of money and keep raising prices, as well as, investing into infrastructure, basic shit. He's not even fucking listening to what people actually want.
you're feeling right now.
I am feeling very excited, very optimistic for the next general election. Honestly, I believe that Justin Trudeau's days of virtue signaling are coming to a fast end.
Yeah,
virtue signaling? What is this guy, a feminist?
Totally. No, that's not what virtue signaling is.
I know, but they're usually mushed together. Oh my days! I never thought I'd get this much enjoyment from one person being dumb.
He's high on so much copium right now.
Like, look at his expression.
He's high.
I wish my eyes could open that wide.
He's high on way too much copium.
Copium.
Jamie, we know your podcast Front Burner tomorrow and Tuesday is going to dive.
Of course, she has a podcast.
Pierre Poilievre's past and where he may take the party in the future. But let's talk about the convention now. You were speaking with his supporters, and what was the big takeaway for you?
Yeah, I think for me, and we spoke to a ton of his supporters, it was this sentiment that this is the only guy right now, the only politician that really understands the struggles that they're going through, and maybe
does he though?
More importantly, that he's the only politician that can stick it to the institutions and the people they think are responsible for those struggles, whether that be the elites, the gatekeepers, or the head of the Bank of Canada.
Bro, he does. Pierre Poilievre supports literally every person she just listed off there.
Hey, the things I just said that he's not supporting? Yeah, no, I'm lying. He's actually supporting all of them.
Very much so.
Maybe even more.
Of course, his critics will say that this is textbook 21st century grievance populism, and that Poilievre is offering really simple solutions to super complex problems.
He doesn't even have any solutions either.
Yeah, that's the main takeaway. Is if he had solutions, he's not doing a very good job of detailing them or explaining them. But yeah, no, he just doesn't have solutions.
Don't see it that way. They think this is the guy that Canada needs right now.
I feel like you'll be working through the night.
Bro, they said the exact same thing with fucking Aaron O'Toole and Andrew Scheer. And look what happened to them now.
Political fight against inflation is heating up in one corner of the ring, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and in the other, new Tory leader Pierre Poilievre. Take a listen.
We are retaining fiscal firepower and, at the same time, ensuring that those who need support don't get left behind.
Conservatives are putting him on notice that we will oppose any attempts by his government to raise taxes on working people or seniors in this country.
So the battle lines are drawn. Whose approach will Canadians support? And what does it tell us more broadly about the new political landscape? Let's bring in David Hurley, a former advisor to Prime Minister Paul Martin, host of the Hurley
What
Burley
is it with so
podcast,
many
is with us
Davids?
tonight from Toronto.
I don't know, man.
And here with me in studio in
Nothing
Ottawa,
against
Rubicon
Davids,
Strategy
but,
CEO and former advisor to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, Corey Tenike. Hello.
Oh, since he's like a fucking former advisor and CEO, he's going to be bootlicking so hard for Poilievre.
Yep.
Much.
Good to have you back with us. David, I'll start with you. I actually want to start, before we get into this sort of the dynamics of the fight or the political battle lines that are drawn up, just if you were to grade the first few days of the newly minted Tory leader, Pierre Poilievre's time as leader, what would you tell our audience tonight?
Some things that I think are going well. Some things I think are going less well. I don't know, maybe a B minus.
Bro, a B minus?
That's being generous.
At best, I would probably give him a D plus. At best.
Yeah, but like a B minus, that's being very generous.
He has no fucking substance. He's just saying words.
Yeah, like I wonder how much this guy actually knows about like what's going on.
Probably not.
Well, I mean, he's got a guitar in the background, some books.
Yeah,
what's the art?
he probably plays it around the fucking campfire. Anyone who plays a fucking acoustic guitar around a campfire should be automatically jailed.
You're doing something that seems kind of endearing. Jail time.
No, it's just really fucking annoying because no one wants to hear an acoustic guitar around a campfire.
Exactly. I'd rather just hear the campfire crackling. It's way soothing.
Automatically jail them if they do that.
Bro, if somebody busts out a grand piano around a campfire, I'm inclined to listen.
That the chippiness in the news conference yesterday is something that, while it may play well to certain people, is probably not going to stand him in good stead. And I understand there's both sides to that story, but just
both
I don't
sides,
think people are going to
five-head.
If it portends a lot of conflict and constant anger, I don't think people are going to like that about politics very much, and that kind of might be said about the situation with the Quebec MP as well. On the other hand, I really thought his leadership team was very clever. I saw lots of people in there that are talented, but I also think that in terms of he has thought through the kind of attacks that the Liberals normally launch against conservative leaders.
But bro, it's not even hard to plan that though. Anyone can do that.
All you have to do is look at the past and then just do it again.
And he seems in many respects to be actively positioning himself against it in a much cleverer way than previous people have done.
Let's pick up on that, Corey, and just I guess if the Conservatives and if Pierre Poilievre more specifically wanted to frame the political kind of back and forth right now, how would they frame it, and how do you think the Liberals would prefer to frame it?
Well, I think the frame for the Conservatives is pretty straightforward. To have a kind of a dual focus, one on the issues that are the most important to Canadians, namely the economy and dealing with inflation and interest rates. And then second, on the competency of the Liberal government to not only deal with that, but things in general. So whether it's something as simple as the passport mess, trying to get something simple done from government and failing at that.
But like that's always been a problem though, even underneath fucking Harper.
The whole passport thingy?
Yeah, that's always been a fucking mess.
And also bridging to the larger issues that are important, and the message being that these guys aren't competent and they're not focused on the issues that are important to you. I think that's really the narrative, and to try to not let other things get in the way or distract from that, to just maintain that laser-like focus on those key issues that are really big vote drivers.
So then the Liberals come to you and say, well, how do we counter that? What's our framing to counter that? What do you tell them?
Well, I think they have a more like a bigger challenge, because they have to do a number of things, and some of them are in opposition to the others. So, I think they are smart people too, and know that they have to actually successfully focus on those key economic.
But like, Pierre Poilievre is not smart though.
I don't think there's an ounce of smart in his body.
He's like one of the dumbest politicians I've seen in a long time. Excluding Trump.
Well, you did say one of the dumbest.
Issues and have an answer, and they're kind of trying to do that too. But they're also trying to keep the government afloat, which means they have to talk about these sort of small ball side issues that the NDP are demanding of them if they want to continue.
Wait, small ball side issue? Bro, those are actually issues that Canadians want solved, though. Like the housing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what does this guy think small ball issues are?
To
Like,
continue to
housing is
hold the government
huge.
up. So
That's like arguably the biggest thing right now being talked about in Canadian politics. It is the fucking housing crisis.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be looking and saying,
like it's talked about more than the fucking inflation rates. Like the inflation rates still are being talked about a lot, but not as
Yeah.
much as the housing crisis.
Well, I mean, think about it, right? Inflation, okay, that's still money. Money is always going to be a thing, and like people will or will not have it
But
regardless.
like
But housing is like that's inelastic. That's something that everyone needs.
but like the thing is though is that inflation is always among like one of the things that conservatives bring up though.
Exactly. So like that's
So
not even a good talking
it doesn't even matter. Like it's a common thing that they talk about anyways, so it's not a very fucking strong thing.
my grocery bill's going through the roof, my gas bill's through the roof, I'm dealing with all these inflation issues, I'm worrying about paying my mortgage when it comes due because interest rates are way up, and you're saying what? Some sort of dental plan that's going to be means tested and I'm not going to qualify for? Like it, so there's a big disconnect.
Yeah, I do think that the whole dental plan should be better, but like means testing it first off is not necessarily a bad idea.
Oh yeah, you need to make sure it works before you shove it out the door.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's inherent in those two things. But obviously, they need to deal with keeping their commitments to the NDP if they want to still have the government afloat. So that's a must do. But it's in contradiction with the other must do, which is to focus on the main economic issues.
Is it though, David, from your
The main way to solve that is to give more fucking money to the working class and like
or tax the rich.
Well, that's what I'm referring to. Like,
exactly.
Either have new fucking wealth taxes in place that fucking tax them, as well as like higher corporate taxes, as well as like promoting unionization. Like, all that will help out the fucking working class and the economy more than fucking corporate, cutting corporate taxes.
Your perspective and contradiction, because I think the Liberals and the NDP at this point would say those things that they announced yesterday are actually targeted at helping people who are feeling the worst effects of rising cost of living. I guess my question is kind of twofold. A, do you think that's what they'd say? And B, do you think that that accomplishes what they would hope it would politically?
It's a very limited package. I mean, in fairness to the government, they're obviously trying to be somewhat fiscally responsible about this matter because it's a much less inclusive relief package than, say, Ontario did before the campaign period.
The Gandalf group? Okay, that's already...
Yeah.
I'm already not going to take this guy seriously, man.
Like, nothing against Gandalf or the Lord of the Rings series as a whole, but like...
I'm a really big fan of the Lord of the Rings series, but like, come on, bro. Come on.
Like, not even I would go as far as using Gandalf or, you know, anything from like my personal like enjoyment as a way of putting my professional life on the line. Like, if I was doing something for like politics or whatever, I wouldn't have a group called the Gandalf group. Sorry, but I would keep my personal interests and my political, you know, group naming separate.
Yeah.
Or Saskatchewan has just announced in terms of broad-based relief to the entire population. This is very targeted. That means it's going to be less politically potent as well, because a lot of the inflationary pressure and anxiety is felt by middle-class people who might not qualify for this relief or to the same amount. So I don't know that this is the silver bullet. I certainly would agree, I think, with the core of Corey's analysis, because the default positionings in the public mind for the parties are that the Conservatives care about money and the Liberals care about people more. And so that means that people always assume that the Liberals are going to be better at social programs than the Conservatives, unless there's some reason to think differently. And people always believe that Conservatives are going to be better at the economy than Liberals, unless.
Which we know that neither of them either don't give a shit about either of those things. Which is why I often say that a minority liberal government is like the best thing that can happen when, you know, the liberals get in power. Because they'll work together with the NDP and they'll actually get stuff done.
Yeah.
I think an NDP majority would probably be the best outcome.
Oh yeah, but that's best case scenario. And like as far as right now goes, that's not gonna happen anytime soon.
But I think, I honestly think that a minority liberal government is perfectly fine.
Yeah, like it's proven to work before.
Unless there's some reason to think differently. And I would argue that there's a very strong imperative for the Liberals to give people some reason to think differently. And that means tightening up their game on the economy, both in terms of the content of what they're doing and in terms of the messaging around it. They cannot afford to go into the next election being seen as second best to deal with the core economic issues facing the country, or they'll likely lose.
Let me ask a follow-up to you on that. Do you think they have the runway left to be able to pivot to that position?
Yes, the liberals do have that enough for that. Of course they do.
That would depend on how long the arrangement lasts. 2025 is certainly long enough to do that, but they may need to do it sooner to keep that coalition alive, because the NDP are going to be very acute to what's happening around them. And if the government is in trouble, they, especially on pocketbook issues, they may not want.
Wait, what? How are the NDP going to be acute on that?
I have no idea.
The NDP recognizes that's a problem too. And they're suggesting options to fix that, but the liberals don't want to do it.
I was gonna say, like, I thought he was fixing that issue, not making it worse.
God, I hate these fucking debate lords so much, man.
Want to be tethered to it for 3 years. So yeah, I think they've got the runway to do it, and I think they've got the issue set to do it. They just have to really focus on economics and understand that that's the task right now.
Both you and David, Corey, have very adequately established what the vulnerability for the Liberals is. What, in your view, is the vulnerability for the Conservatives based on what you've witnessed over the last 4 days from the new?
Literally everything.
Just all of their messaging, all of their, you know,
their messaging, their fucking, their messaging, their fucking policies. You know, who they're choosing to target. It's fucking silly. Like, there's so much that they need to fucking improve on, but I don't think that they will.
New leader.
Well, I'd say there are two things. One that's just generally out there for I think any conservative leader, and we've seen this happen before, and that's to run a really tight ship with your caucus, and then when you get to an election campaign, your candidates. The candidates are much easier than the caucus in the sense that the new leader can have a huge influence on who those people are going to be and can vet them by whatever means he feels is appropriate. The existing caucus. This is a caucus that is not used to having a lot of discipline. They've gone through multiple leaders. There are a lot of challenges there. There are some people who are, came in more as single issue folks as opposed to a part of a broader team. And those folks are always the biggest challenge to deal with. And we've seen previous leaders having trouble controlling that stuff. So to maintain that message discipline, that focus on the economy, it's not just talking about that. It's about not talking about other things. It's about not riding your little hobby horse around Parliament Hill, whatever it is.
Yeah, this was the fucking text that um uh the conservatives sent out.
Yeah.
Fucking wild, man.
So you know he has that challenge. And
What?
Don't send messages like that. That just makes you look desperate.
Because they are fucking desperate. The conservatives are losing so much fucking support, man.
Well, I mean, it's about time. Like, Jesus.
Because the liberals are going to be there to pounce on any statement that's outside of that message or could be problematic with other core swing voters, and they're going to do that. I think the one for
I mean, swing voters typically tend to be NDP, and it tends to mostly be towards liberal.
Yeah, in the
So,
favor of the real people.
so the swing voters don't really even play that big of a role in this.
Yeah, because how many swing voters are there, like in terms of total percentage? A negligible amount.
Enough to make sure that the liberals stay in power, to make sure
I
that the
mean,
conservatives don't get in
yeah, but
power.
that's pretty much all that they are there for.
Because NDP voters would rather have a minority liberal government than a fucking conservative government.
I mean, I wouldn't want a conservative government either, so.
Dog shit. Look how fucking dog shit Harper was.
Leader personally, and we saw a little bit of it with that heckling incident with a reporter before his statement. It's to never let them see a sweat. It's.
Were you surprised that he was thrown off yesterday?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit, but it's understandable. Like it's not something that look, I've done communications jobs here on the Hill for a long time. I've never really seen that. It's sort of outside the norms of those interactions. What's normal is reporters complaining about not getting enough questions. All that. That's every day in Ottawa. But to actively be heckled by a reporter, and it's surprising because I know that reporter, and he's that's
he's
not
worked for you.
Yes, he's worked for me in the past,
and he apologized, I should say.
Yeah, he's apologized, and it's out of character. Everybody has a bad day, and everybody will just move on because that's what happens in these situations. But it's not just be thrown off. It's to not come back with the question period retort. It's to maintain the tone and the calm. Because when you get into a televised leader debate or some of these other forums, you really have to maintain your composure, especially when you know the other.
As well as being entertaining.
Yeah, you need to be entertaining as well as keeping composure.
The only thing that Pierre Poilievre had going for him was being in. That's it.
Yeah.
Guys want to paint you as somebody who's more angry or intemperate. They're going to be trying to put Poilievre in that box, and so you got to really be actively resisting the temptation to have the clever retort.
David, I'll ask you the same. I just have a few seconds left, but the same question about what you would identify as the greatest vulnerability for them after you just identified what the vulnerability is for the Liberals. I just quickly point out for our viewers a little update. You had mentioned Alain Reyes, the Quebec MP who quit caucus yesterday. Today he's saying that his supporters are getting text messages saying that and we've got an example of it there in French, saying that he should be booted as an MP. The Poilievre OLO, I should call it, or the Office of the Opposition is saying this isn't us, but he's saying that it is. Just a little bit of an update for our viewers. So certainly an issue over the last 24 hours for the new leader. What would you identify more largely as their vulnerability going forward?
Well, I think there's two. First of all, I think that normally somebody who wins the leadership in the fashion that Mr. Poilievre did would have received an enormous surge in the polls and would have tremendous personal popularity right now, and his party would have very high popularity right now. Maybe ephemeral after leaderships, but that's traditionally happened. It did not happen for him. And so there's something about his campaign that excited 400,000 people tremendously, but other Canadians not so much. And I think they need to figure that out, and I think it does have a lot to do with tone. And the second thing I think is if the Liberals...
Policies too. Policies also excite fucking people as well. What else?
No, the tone of what he's saying. No, if the tone is right, then everything else is fine.
No, It's not how that works.
Do a good job of exposing his economic agenda. It really is a point of view that is shared by
Well, most Canadians just see right through his like policies being like nothing burgers. It's nothing.
It's like, yeah, you don't even get bread with that nothing burger.
He's making fucking promises and then has like no solutions to how he's going to be integrating them.
I would tell him to build a bridge instead of burn one down, but he didn't even know how to build a bridge to burn it in the first place.
Probably doesn't even know how to light a lighter.
minority of Canadians.
Okay. Well, I would ask you to expand, but I'm already way over time, so I'll leave it there. Oh, sorry, David.
It's a little bit more conservative.
Bro, come on.
Yo,
what a fucking
she was
weirdo.
gonna ask them to expand.
It's a little bit more small government. It's a little bit more focused on tax cuts and
Bro, this guy is way too fucking horny to talk about Pierre Poilievre winning.
Yeah, I think they are all a little excited.
Than is normally the center of Canadian politics.
Like, did you see how fast he leaned in?
Well, yeah, he was just like, "Oh, now's my chance."
Well, we shall see. Thank you very much, David. Thanks, Corey.
All right, let's watch the fucking Pierre Poilievre calling out a reporter. Shit, this is funny.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate your presence here today. Before I begin, let me just say that thank you very much. I'm being heckled.
So, I don't know if you heard what he said, but he asked how is firing the person that's in charge of the Bank of Canada, how is that going to solve inflation?
That's a very good question.
And let's listen to his response.
Heckled here by thank you very much for your congratulation. Thank you very much for your questions. I'm going to begin my remarks now.
But will you take some questions afterwards?
Justin Trudeau is out of touch, and Canadians are out of money. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. $500 billion of inflationary deficits.
They fucking zoomed in on his face.
Well, yeah, because you can see the lies.
Oh, bro, this is
see how annoyed he is.
This is so fucking funny, man.
Of the goods
that's great.
We buy and the interest that Canadians pay. The cost for workers and businesses to produce the goods that we buy. On top of that, Trudeau proposes yet more spending to bid up costs even further. The more he spends, the more things cost.
The fact that he's
it is just inflation.
It is.
And to buy a
I
home,
fucking love this guy.
Whoever the so-called liberal heckler is, he's doing us a service.
Fucking legend, man.
In the very first place. The reason that look, yeah. So I mean, we have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today to.
Yeah, snuck in, just walked in like everyone else.
He's a fucking reporter. Of course, reporters are fucking invited to this shit. Just don't want to answer his question, man, because it's a hard question that you already know the answer to. It's not going to solve the problem. It's going to make things worse. Oh, this is fucking awesome.
Here and everyone stood, man.
Right. Are you going to let me make my statement?
From the guy who actually reported first on the Prime Minister breaking the law.
Yeah. Are you going to let me make my statement?
Ask a question. Say yes.
I've actually never seen you heckling the Prime Minister.
Ask Minister Baird back
heckling the Prime Minister. Look.
Oh my days! Did he really just pull the "if I didn't see it, it didn't happen" card?
Wait, did he?
Are you going to let me make my statement?
Okay, let me see.
Question. Say yes.
I've actually never seen you heckling the Prime Minister.
Ask Minister Baird back
heckling
in the
the Prime Minister. Look. Bottom line is this.
I've never seen it happen myself, so therefore it never happened.
Bro, that's fucking awesome.
Oh my Jesus! Like, if that doesn't tell you how bullshit Pierre Poilievre is, that goodness me.
Go back to Springfield Millhouse.
Yeah, honestly.
Yes, I'll be taking two questions at the very end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to start my statement again.
Oh, he has to redo it.
Oh, that's fucking awesome, man.
Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate that.
Oh, here's the fucking longer version of it, bro.
Oh, let's go.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presence here today. Before I begin, let me just say that.
Are you still going to fire the Bank of Canada governor? How would that help inflation?
Thank you very much.
Are you going to take?
I'm being heckled here by. Thank you very much for your congratulation. I'm going to begin my remarks now.
But will you take some questions afterwards? That's usually the way
Justin
it works.
Trudeau is out of touch, and Canadians are out of money.
I'll put my hand up.
The reason that.
Can I get on the list, Anthony, to ask the question? Is that the way it works?
So we have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
So in the end, Mr. Poilievre did take 2 questions. Let's bring in the power panel to talk about the turn of events today. With me tonight, Michelle Cadario, Shakir Chambers.
I fucking love that. That's so funny, man.
We got a heckler.
We got a liberal heckler here.
He snuck in. It's like he was a reporter. He just walked in like everyone else.
Fucking awesome, man.
Boivin and Jason Markusoff. Hello again, everyone. Sorry for that stumbly intro. Shakir, I'm going to start with you. What happened today? A couple of different things to parse out. I want to start with Alain Reyes' defection. He was, of course, supporting Jean Charest's campaign. All the other ones kind of seemed to fall in line yesterday, though. Say that the outcome of the race produced a unifying feeling among the party.
Did it, though?
Not Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, his position is very interesting, especially when you look at how well Pierre did in Quebec, right? I think he won all but 6 ridings, and I'm pretty sure he won Mr. Reyes' riding as well. So he's not reflecting the preferences of So he's not reflecting the preferences of his conservative constituency. So it's kind of shocking. And on Saturday, I think Mr. Reyes gave an interview or he tweeted out that he wasn't sure if he could be in a government led by Pierre. He was going to give us some time to think about it. I don't see anything between Saturday and today that would alienate any kind of progressive conservative. I would even look at Pierre's speech. As one of my colleagues said to me earlier today, if Barack Obama gave that exact same speech, nobody would have blinked an eye. I think we need to actually listen to what Pierre's saying and not go to these judges.
What the fuck does Barack Obama have to do with this shit?
I have no idea. And if he was saying the same thing as Pierre Poilievre, yeah, people would be against Obama as well.
Libs love Barack Obama. But, like, Barack Obama has no fucking power here. Nor did he ever. So, like, who fucking cares?
I don't know. This guy.
It's like, oh, he's just this far right, hard right politician and whatnot. I think ultimately what he's saying is going to resonate with a lot of Canadians beyond just a conservative base. And so I guess Mr. Reyes, I mean, maybe he has a personal issue with Pierre, but I don't think anything Pierre has actually done to this point since becoming leader would say to him that he needs to leave the party right now. I was kind of surprised that he made that decision.
So I certainly take your point about the speeches that Mr. Poilievre made to caucus on, I think it was yesterday morning, and then the speech after the win on Saturday night. And if he had only said that stuff, I would probably completely understand where you're coming from. But Francoise, Mr. Poilievre has done and said other things throughout the campaign that Alain Reyes specifically pointed to in that interview with my colleague over at RDI. For example, he said it was a mistake for Poilievre not to distance himself from the convoy. You'll remember that Mr. Poilievre expressed his support early and throughout the convoy and the sort of protest/occupation that happened in Ottawa and at other border crossings. He didn't want to go in the direction of attacking institutions like the Bank of Canada. He thinks that climate change needs to be a priority to grow the base. And people were telling him, he said, that they didn't see themselves in the current political climate. And he didn't want to associate with that type of politics, which to me means that he's associating Mr. Poilievre with that type of politics. Do you think that, like Shakir said, people shouldn't have that impression, or are you sympathetic and understand why Mr. Reyes would?
Well, I think us in Quebec, Alain Reyes for the Conservative Party of Canada was a high-profile figure. He was one of the main organizers even for Erin O'Toole at the time of the last campaign. He brought in a lot of excellent candidates for the Conservatives, even though they didn't have necessarily the result they were hoping for in Quebec. And also, Alain Reyes was the co-president of the campaign of Jean Charest's campaign, and himself was very vocal during the campaign and said certain things that other candidates that also supported Jean Charest didn't say as loud or were not seen publicly as seeing it as loud as Alain Reyes. Alain Reyes, being the communicator that he is, probably felt, and I respect that, Vashi, very much. I've lived a lot of leadership race, and when you say certain things that are viewed and construed to be pretty negative against one of the opponent, it's a bit hard. I was a bit impressed to see some of them go back into the caucus on Monday morning as if nothing ever happened. You all try to look unified. That's one thing I understand. But at the same time, it's quite the 180 degrees that Alain Reyes did not want to go to or do. And the only disappointment I had personally was when the question was asked of Poilievre. He could have shown, and I agree with Shakir, the speech on Saturday was pretty good to hear, and the way he was expressing himself to caucus yesterday. But today, when he was asked the question during that famous so-called, I never thought David Aiken would be called a liberal heckler, but anyway, that was sad. That was weird, but anyway. But he had a chance to look more prime ministerial in my book if he had said, listen, it was a battle. He fought hard. I fought hard. And I don't hold any grudge against the guy. And just rise above the occasion. But he barely, I don't even think that he mentioned his name. And he just said, well, he doesn't want to fight for Canadian. That's his. I thought it was a bit petty. And that's the good old Pierre Poilievre.
I mean, it was fucking petty.
Well, of course it was.
That image that I have since 2004 from that guy. So we'll have to polish a bit that aspect.
Yeah, he sort of mentioned, I mean, he got a few questions, and both of them involved to some degree the subject of Alain Reyes, and then at the end he sort of responded in French saying, well, he doesn't want to fight for Canadians and fight inflation.
Exactly.
And then kind of said it almost as he walked away again in French. Michelle, what about you?
Pussy.
Kind of to
just say it, pussy.
Yeah, say what you're all thinking.
Come on, say it.
To straddle the line between both Françoise and Shakir, I would guess that, why not stay at the table and fight for the ideals that you hope to see your party reflect? Like, is that a fair question, or is it just that the ideals are too different?
Because he's a whiny little bitch, that's why.
Yeah, also Milhouse over there doesn't have any balls, so he wouldn't have any to stand his ground.
I mean, the back and forth he had with the reporter was really funny, though.
It was. You can see how dismissive Poilievre was, just how quick to dismiss everything he was trying to get beat hold. That's every politician.
I mean, of course, but like, the reporter is right in all aspects. Like,
that's like a great question.
How the hell will firing the person that's very important to the Bank of Canada going to solve inflation? It's not going to solve anything.
Hey, you know this person that's in charge of almost all of the banking in Canada? You fire them. They're completely worthless. It's like, but sir, that person's like the linchpin of like everything. So if we get rid of them, we're basically falling apart. Yeah, whatever, get rid of them anyways.
It just doesn't make sense. Like,
of course it doesn't.
From the newly elected leader, and it's okay to think that there's no choice but to leave.
Well, to me, it sounds like that MP just does not believe this new Pierre Poilievre that he's trying to spit and polish, now that he's won the leadership campaign. Like, to me, he actually believes the true Pierre Poilievre is the guy who was out there campaigning, and he was saying some very, very...
His campaign was to walk with the fucking losers that were still fucking celebrating the convoy in fucking July.
Yep, July 1st, that convoy peaked back up, and all of a sudden, hey, look, convoy's back. Remember this from February? Yeah, I don't want to remember it either, but here it is again.
That a vast majority of Canadians did not support at all.
And, like, a good chunk of truckers were actually against, believe it or not.
Yeah, like, 95% of them were against it, if I remember.
Yes, and that's huge. So to say people, like all truckers, were for it is a complete and utter lie.
Like, the only truckers you actually had, like, in support of it were, like, the ultra mega chuds.
Yeah. You know, the wannabe Americans.
Pretty much.
Extreme ideas and was really trying to provoke anger in many cases, like on a whole bunch of issues. It seems to me that that's who this caucus member actually believes is the real Pierre Poilievre. And so, you know, I think that that message, you know, a lot of Canadians are now going to be looking at that and making their own kind of conclusion. You can't shake everything that you did during the election, during the leadership race to win over, you know, your base, and then think that it's a whole new day and nobody's going to remember what you did or said or promised when you all of a sudden have to actually go out and try and get Canadians' votes and try and
Yeah, only like what 400,000 Canadians actually enjoyed or like supported him.
Yeah, a tiny amount.
Like, vast majority of Canadians are very hesitant on him, rightfully so.
Yeah, like very rightfully so. Being hesitant on anything is a good idea.
Like,
You
it's
don't blindly follow something.
on a different note, though, the whole fucking conservative leadership like race was fucking awesome to follow, man.
I didn't follow it too closely.
Bro, I literally covered it on the broadcast.
Yeah, but I said too closely.
It was fucking awesome. I loved watching a bunch of hogs tear each other apart. One of the best experiences I've seen in a long time.
actually seek more of the, you know, moderate Canadians if you actually want to form government. So, you know, he's had a rough couple days and, you know, being snippy. It's his first press conference. I'm not sure that shows a lot of a spine of steel for what's going to lie ahead as they kind of go forward. And he tries to put, you know, his own new mark on the party and, you know, maybe dissuade Canadians that he actually means something else. Just, you know, forget the last 8 months.
Okay, Jason, last word to you on this.
If I could, I mean, I guess I'm the media guy in this panel, so let me talk about what David Aiken did. I have a lot of time for David Aiken. He was now Global News, been with pretty much every media outlet in this country, including the not so very liberal Heckley Sun News Network. He was an anchor there. And while I think there are a lot of journalists.
Yeah, the funny thing is that the reporter that he had the back and forth with wasn't even fucking liberal. he mostly like covers conservative shit.
Oh, we got a liberal heckler. It's like, what? No.
No, he's asking a genuine question about your fucking policies and what you plan on doing. But apparently he has a baby brain, so he doesn't know what the fuck he's gonna do.
Yeah, Milhouse has a stick up his ass and he would rather leave it there.
Of the fact that he's essentially just getting fucking bullied by the fucking libs. Like, how big of a loser do you gotta be to get bullied by the libs?
Big of a loser is Milhouse.
Out there who might not have taken the tack that David Aiken did. I certainly understand the frustration that he's felt on behalf of a lot of my colleagues in Ottawa. This is what, day 4 of the Pierre Poilievre leading the opposition, and there has been no full press conference yet. There was no full press conference in Ottawa for the national media, if I'm not mistaken. And there are a lot of questions, and your panelists bring up a lot of questions that are worth asking him about his views on the Bank of Canada, on World Economic Forum, on the convoy, on COVID policy, on how he would deal with inflation. And like the very good questions you've actually asked Melissa Landsman. But journalists are not being afforded the opportunity to ask the leader.
Yeah, he's only taking like 1 or 2 questions at most.
Yep.
Which is crazy.
I mean, he even said so himself. He goes, I'm only taking 2 questions.
Yeah, like, come on. I'll fucking gladly answer as many questions.
Yeah, it's like,
Or the official
reluctancy
opposition
to
about
answer questions, another red flag.
that, and that is highly irregular.
All right, let's move on to an update that the WHO gave on COVID.
World Health Organization.
Last week, the number of weekly reported deaths from COVID-19 was the lowest since March 2020. We have never been in a better position to end the pandemic. We're not there yet, but the end is in sight. A marathon runner does not stop when the finish line comes into view. She runs harder with all the energy she has left. So must we. We can see the finish line. We are in a winning position.
Yeah, like almost 2 years later, we're fucking almost out of the pandemic. We could have been out of this in like a year.
Yeah, in half the time, but nope.
But now is the worst time to stop running. Now is the time to run harder.
It's time to
and make
sprint.
sure we cross the line
Yeah,
and reap
second win,
the
brother.
rewards of all our hard work.
You've already pushed through so
If we
much
don't
pain and
take this
suffering, what's a little
opportunity
more?
now,
Like, we should have done more fucking lockdowns, as well as like
Make those lockdowns last longer.
yeah, like the biggest thing with the lockdowns is that they didn't last long enough.
Of course not.
we run the risk of more.
No, it's just baffling to me to think that, what really should have worked in the short term, just because, they didn't make it last and they were too preemptive, they got complacent and then it's like, okay, everything's good now, go back to normal. And it's like, wait, hell again? It's like, yes, again, we weren't out of it in the first place. Ugh.
Yeah.
More variants, more deaths, more disruption, and more uncertainty. So let's seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, the downward trend in the global monkeypox outbreak is continuing. But as with COVID-19, this is not the time to.
Yeah, most of my gay friends are already fucking vaccinated for that, fortunately.
Monkeypox?
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing with monkeypox is it's being weaponized the same way that fucking HIV and AIDS has.
Yeah, like, weren't they just targeting like gay people because like
Gay men.
to blame? Yeah, they want to blame someone.
Gay men, and to a lesser degree, bi men.
Right.
Because hetero cis men are concerned that gay men will fucking transfer, or not gay men, bi men will transfer fucking monkeypox to women, and then the women will transfer it to them.
To straight men.
Relax.
Who cares? Like,
Well,
honestly.
it was the same bit of propaganda that was used against gay men and AIDS.
Well, what? Did they think that only gay men could get AIDS?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, because that makes sense. The sexually transmitted disease or infection. Yeah, no, it's something that's transmitted through sexual acts. Totally only happens to gay people, specifically gay men. Yeah, because these diseases and infections actually give a shit about what gender or sexuality you are.
It was more predominant in gay men, but
Yeah, but
that doesn't change anything.
Or let down our guard. This is the time for all affected countries and communities to keep doing what's working.
Yeah, we're pretty much out of the storm, which is good. All right, let's move on to some fun shit now.
Fun stuff.
What should we do? You want to watch
Do
the
we
group?
have something from Marketplace?
I think so.
Okay, well, what were you gonna
You know what?
offer?
Let's watch Red Pill debunking Red Pill TikTok.
Sponsored
All right, let's do it.
by Ren. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to google.com/youtube.com's best website, my channel, the Noah Sampson channel. I'm here filming at a historical site. It's the yellow brick wall. They took the yellow brick road and they could have sort of flipped it in a direction to make it a wall in solidarity with Berlin. It's all fun and games till they flip your shit up. You read the title correctly. Red Pill TikToks. That's what we're looking at today, everybody. You might be
I love this guy. He's awesome.
asking, Noah, how did you come up with such a groundbreaking and original piece of investigative journalism on a topic no one's ever talked about on YouTube? Alpha Male Podcast, how did you even dig up this type of crap? What are you, some kind of journalist freak? And, well, that's a great question, dear viewer. I got this idea by searching Red Pill on TikTok.
I'll have you
and
know
clicking on
I
it.
am a antler viewer, not a deer viewer.
Shut up.
Listen,
10
shitty
videos. I
jokes
did
are just nonstop from me, okay?
Yeah.
this because, to be honest, I need to post a video for a sponsor, and my psyche is tethered to the machinations of capitalism. I just can't say no. I'm a bad person, okay? But so are the guys that we're looking at today. They're bad and they're weird, and that's okay, because we get to make fun of them, and it's a fun goof time.
Girls are gonna have sex with any guy they want to.
You're supposed to have sex with him whenever he says.
Women simply just don't care.
Care too much about the bitch.
What?
What? Strawberry elephant?
Camel. Orange camel.
What?
Pineapple camel.
Okay.
For some reason, half of these videos start with workout footage with a text overlay. This one says, the cold reality men need to accept when dating a woman. And this guy is doing seated dumbbell shoulder presses. His form looks fine. It looks good. Great job, man. But cold reality, let's hear it. I'm ready for this splash of ice. Harden my nips up, Mr. Red Pill Man. They're gonna be so hard, they're gonna turn into their own little pill-shaped nipples. The nip
Bro.
pill. The nipple.
My
nipple.
nips
Thank
are
you.
already sharp enough to cut diamonds, alright? That's for sure. I was born with them that way.
You know what the red pill is, right?
It was just continuing a cycle from like Matrix or something. I don't know.
So, the red pill biggest line of thinking is conspiracy theory.
Right.
Just like how, people think that they're living like a simulation and shit, and like how it has a lot of incels in it, so you're gonna hear a bunch of fucking, incel takes that are just psychotic. How like fucking, women are supposed to like these guys and everything. It's just, yeah. He'll probably get into it. And explain it better than I can.
Your time for spending it with me. They pay me to do this. When the rapture comes, don't say we didn't deserve it, okay? YouTubers are real. We exist.
Two things. If you getting with a chick and y'all in a relationship, if she cannot submit to you and the things that you want her to.
Oh yeah, there's also like a lot of alpha males in there too. So.
Oh god. Oh no, I'm gonna hate this, aren't I? Either I'm gonna hate it because it's so cringe, or I'm gonna love it for how much fun I'm gonna make of these losers.
Yeah.
Dude, she's not for you.
What?
You know what? Why don't we just let's do the sponsor thing now. I'm gonna do the ad read. So we
Yeah,
can breather, 'cause
let's.
it's gonna be maybe a
Let's
lot.
remove ourselves.
So thank you to Ren for sponsoring today's video. For speculatics, every cubic vigorous invented every projection, and that
Women
wooden
are not
description
property and
swords
they're not
spoke of one of
owned
Ren's
by
projects that I really
anyone.
liked, which was projects I found that's really great being Amazon
The only
early on.
person
This
that
project was
owns a
shown to
woman
reduce
is herself.
What?
Whatever that person was saying, like if a woman does not submit to you, they're not for you. It's like, no, idiot.
You're
Women are not
entitled to.
property.
You're entitled to nothing.
The only
nice
thing
job,
you're
let's go
entitled
team.
to
Offset
is
your carbon
breathing.
footprint on Ren. The first 100 people to sign up using the link in the description will get 10 extra trees planted in their name. Your name, like the anime. All right, thank you, Ren. Now let's get back into some pain and suffering.
If she cannot submit to you and the things that you want her to do, she's not for you.
submission. So that's setting up a bit of a sort of, shall we call it an...
Yeah, it's essentially being like, hey, bitch, go and make me a sandwich. Me man, me hungry.
Woman feed man.
Yeah,
It's
it's you know, it's not seeing fucking women as like equals.
oh God, no! Stop! I'm already in so much pain from the cringe.
Just wait. It's fun making fun of red pillars. Wait.
Unhealthy relationship dynamic. Submission requires an imbalance of power or a restriction of agency of one party, and that's not great. You know, we don't love to see that. Setting up a relationship on an uneven, coercive foundation. Nah. But let's hear him out. Let's see where he goes with this. I'm sure it'll be...
Bro, why? That's so many likes.
135,000. Why?
Come on, bro.
How many? Oh, God damn, the amount of incels that like this shit.
Totally fine.
Example number 1. If you tell her, if you want to make this more exclusive, baby girl, no male friends. No male friends mean no...
But why? Are you...
Why? What?
Okay, so no girlfriends for you then.
Yeah, then you as the guy in that relationship can't hang out with any other women.
Like...
Not even your mother.
A lot of guys who are like insecure about like their masculinity and shit.
Oh yeah, they'll rip away all of the guy friends of their partner.
They won't allow them to see their guy friends because they automatically assume that, you know, they're fucking like having they're having sex and shit. And then, you know, even if that is true, they're also afraid that their dick game is better than theirs, so...
Yeah, like...
Like, as long as you eat someone out, like, you're automatically seen better at sex.
Automatically.
Automatically.
It's like... and listen, in my eyes, giving is better than receiving anyways. So, listen, if you're going to be giving instead of receiving it all the time, women will be like, oh, hey, yo, you come check out this person. This person does great.
Yeah, because, like, if I'm expecting a fucking blowjob, I should be expected to give them back or fucking eat someone out.
Exactly. Like, I've talked to a couple of female friends of mine about situations like this. It's like, if someone, you know, say your partner or whatever, asks you for oral, and then they don't give you oral in return, wouldn't you be pissed off about it? And all of them just said, well, yeah, I want something back. I'm like, exactly. So, put your foot down. Tell them that you want something. That it's not just a give relationship, it's a give and take. Respect in a relationship, it takes two to work.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you like do that, like, you'll be seen as automatically better because no one fucking does it.
Yeah.
Like, as well as like fucking listening to your partner.
No big bro, no best friend, no Tommy, no Jerry, none of it.
No Tommy, no Jerry. Tom and Jerry. You're talking about the animated cartoon Tom and Jerry.
The cat and mouse?
Did your girlfriend leave you for Tom and Jerry? Did you walk in on your ex masturbating?
Hey, I would have left that guy for Tom and Jerry.
Bro, that's fucking awesome.
Tom is inventive as hell, and Jerry knows how to get cheese. He knows how to make that cheddar, so...
Bro, I fucking love Noah, man.
This cartoon of a rival cat and mouse. Honestly, join the club. Okay? Countless marriages have been ruined by that one single clip of Tom the cat smoking that fat, stinky joint.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's got swag. Oh, my days, I'm gonna faint from all the swag.
Fuck, did you see the way he sucked that?
Yo.
Bro.
Get yourself a girl that sucks you off like Tom does a cig.
Sign me up.
The most impressive thing about that is he not only rolled that cig, he lit it and smoked it all with one hand.
The fucking Chad.
He is
and at some point,
Chad,
you're just gonna have to
the
come
cat.
to terms with that and move on, okay? Lord knows I've had to do that. Those critters have sent me to the divorce courts.
You know what? I'm gonna call it a Tom the Cat.
Yeah, I haven't told you.
What?
I'm gonna start using that, like Tom the Cat. Like, yo, is that a Tom the Cat moment? Just whenever I see something really impressive.
Guys, but I'm a quadruple divorcee, and yeah, I'm still a bad bitch. You don't see me moping around in the MGTOW forums because of it. That's just life, baby.
No Tommy, no Jerry. If she doesn't comply with that energy, she's for the streets. She's not for you. Either she can be for you or she can be for the streets. It's all depending on who she is inside, what her DNA is going to tell her.
What the fuck does DNA have to do with that?
Oh, sorry, bro. I was acting like a piece of shit earlier. My DNA.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm not sure what this guy's thinking. Like, is he trying to tell everyone that in women's DNA is like a menstrual cycle?
I don't know, man. But like,
Oh man, your DNA's all fucked up.
I'm sorry, but if you can't build a relationship based off of mutual respect and trust, you don't deserve to be in a relationship.
Exactly. Like, if there's not mutual respect and trust, then you're not going to have anything. I mean, there's other things to have a good relationship, like communication, but that's, for a different time.
Well, that's also fairly important too.
Well, yeah, most anything like that is important for building a good relationship.
Like when I'm with an SO, I don't give a shit if they want on like what fucking gender their friends are. Who cares? I'm not concerned that anything's gonna happen. And if something happens, then it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, like one of my friends had asked me, like, "Hey, if you were cheated on, like, how would you react?" I'm like, "Okay, well, first of all, where's this coming from?" They're like, "Okay, well, just answer the question." I'm like, "Fine." And I was like, "Well, first of all, I'd be relatively pissed off, and rightfully so. But if it wasn't meant to be, I'm not gonna hate them forever for it. I'll just be like, oh, all right. I mean, sucks to be me, I guess, but
Yep.
I'm glad that you found someone that you prefer to be with."
Yep.
It's like, it sucks it wasn't me, but listen, to whoever that person's with, good for them.
Yep.
I have no hard feelings against to either of those two. Just like, at least tell me or like inform me that the breakup is happening and don't cheat on me.
Yeah.
If you don't like me, then fine. Take your leave and respectfully go.
DNA told me to have sex with an animated mouse because he dropped an anvil on his best friend's head. Evolutionary biology 101,
That gets
baby.
me on so
Creation
much.
is
I
destroyed
love
with
seeing
this
animated
one
anvils.
simple truth. Okay, but obviously there's
Like definitely though.
Animated anvils are the best, especially when they hang in the air for like half a second.
It's the best time to do.
problematic stuff going on here, so why don't we take a second to engage and break it down for any resident red pillars or black pillars in the audience. The issue with this
Oh
guy's
yeah, there's also
prescriptions
black
here-
pillars too. Those guys are psychotic.
Well, that's a time for another thing.
That's
That's for another time.
That's time for another thing.
Yeah, it's time for another thing.
Is that he's advocating for incredibly controlling behavior founded on insecurities. Now, are there situations where male friends try and end up swooping in on a relationship, and are concerns about infidelity with male friends sometimes valid? Yeah, of course they are. We can acknowledge that this is something that happens.
But like most of the time that doesn't even happen.
Yeah, like if your buddy's got an SO,
Like-
either don't try and get with them,
Like
or
in all my dating, I've only encountered that once.
yeah, but even once is too much.
I mean, it just wasn't meant to be, man.
Yeah, like fair enough.
Without making blanket statements about the link.
Mostly because she was not in a good mental state, and I was a giant piece of shit back then as well.
Right. But,
So
people change. Time changes us.
Yep.
We'll move on.
Lingering potential infidelity of every single woman on earth, and without setting up double standards about which partner ought to have license in the relationship to banish the other person's friendships into the shadow realm for fear that they just cannot control their sexual desires. What I hear when I hear him say this is, I was hurt in the past, and now I'm projecting it onto my audience. I also hear, because of the pain from the past and my inability or unwillingness to come to terms with it, I do not trust women enough to be able to evaluate their own relationships with other people and how they might conflict with our own. And I think all the men watching me should also think like that if they don't already. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, man, this guy should just go to therapy. And you would not be wrong to think that. I happen to agree. But what I've also seen lately is how telling men or men like this to just go to therapy, that can be counterproductive. They're usually not receptive to that because statements like that are just kind of played out, I guess. Again, they're true objectively, but just comes off as like a default response, right? Little dismissive, little condescending, not to mention the accessibility portion of therapy, how it's expensive, how it might not be available in wherever people are at. So my healthy boys only solution here is to just try to communicate with your partner. If you have insecurities or
Communication is one of the biggest things in a relationship. You have to communicate.
Listen, if something's not working on your end and something like if your SO is being like the problem, don't just, silently take it. Just address it. Be like, "Hey, I don't think that whatever you're doing is working for the both of us. Let's change it." Or if your SO is like, "Hey, you're either being a piece of shit or you're causing a problem that could have been, either mitigated and not a problem at all, or you know made into not such a huge problem, all because of communication. As long as you're willing to listen, you got to be honest. Like, it's difficult to do for both people, but put in the effort and you will see results.
Be a miserable piece of shit and change nothing. Be a man.
Be a man.
Suspicions about the motivations of someone in your partner's life, it can't hurt to just talk to them about that. It's definitely not an easy thing to do, but bottling up your feelings and not talking about them can only make things...
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems that I had, is I would bottle up a lot of feelings and shit that I had.
I mean, there are a lot of people that do it. Like, hey, myself included, I do it still to this day. But I'm not going to, then throw all of those bottled up emotions onto the wrong person. I will find a healthy and safe way of, releasing said emotions in whichever way is the least damaging and the most effective.
Fapping.
Listen, if it works, it works.
Usually,
if gorillas lose the fight, they'll tend to masturbate.
Usually does. It usually helps.
Yeah, but you would be surprised at how often my life gets changed due to an enlightening conversation.
Fair.
I'm more interested in people in terms of like who they are, what they've done, what they want to accomplish, instead of just, oh cool, your body just seems to be like the most attractive to me. Let's smash.
Yeah, and like attraction is a subjective thing anyways.
It is. I mean, just look at Noah here. I'm not a fan of the mustache. I think he should get rid of it, but other people might like it.
I don't mind it.
See, there you go.
Worse, especially if that results in you taking it out on someone that doesn't deserve it. I feel like that's like fairly common. And if in the case that you do end up getting cheated on, that's really fucked up. But the truth is, sometimes people just cheat on people and it's fucked up. And you can't use those individual instances to just like paint an entire gender as being inherently biologically predisposed to acting sus, Because if we did that for everyone, then every gender on the planet would be permanently branded as cheaters. And as we all know, once a cheater, always a cheater. So then everyone, everything, everywhere, all the time is everyone cheating and sucking and fucking, and it just becomes a mess, and the earth is a hellhole.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of hot. If everyone's sucking and fucking, I'd be okay with that. Probably be a lot less hatred.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there might be more hatred because, if everyone's a cheater, then, you're going to have some vendettas against some people. And it's like, oh, well, this person cheated on me. I'm going to go murder them.
I don't know. The power of boners is pretty strong.
I'm very well aware of that. And no, it's not because it's current situation right now.
More than it already is. Okay, healthy boys rant over. Let's finish this clip.
I'm gonna tell y'all this right now, fellas. Some women just can't give up the male attention. No, some women just can't give up the big bro because the big bro imprinting her.
What?
What?
Sorry, what did he say?
What?
He said imprinted? Is that what I think? Does he mean like we're. Man. Okay. I hate writing out just like a long.
Is it like, is he trying to get on, like painted her with a seed or something?
I don't know what he's trying to get at.
I'm very confused by that. Like, there's so many different ways you could take that.
Yeah, hopefully none of them are up the ass.
Long, heartfelt message about how like empathizing with someone's like opinions, and then they turn out to be an absolute hobgoblin.
The big bro imprinting her.
Life is pain. Let's just move on.
Never talk about these three things when with a woman. Your shortcomings in life. The reason being, women simply just don't care.
That's actually not even true.
In fact, women care a great deal.
Oh, being more vulnerable with women generally tends to work out better for guys overall. Like being open about it, like about your shortcomings, as well as like, being fucking a normal human being and discussing that shit.
Yeah, instead of thinking like I'm the best all the time and no one else can tell me different, it's I'm the best at this thing. But even then, getting to where I am now, I've made some mistakes
Well,
and I have some problems.
it's more
And if I can talk it out with that, then yeah, okay.
it's more or less about being like open about like guys being open about their shortcomings and shit, seen as an attack on like their masculinity, which is so
and
stupid.
masculinity is one of the dumbest things out there.
Well, it's like they also go by like a very rigid definition of masculinity as well.
Oh, it's never showing emotion. It's like, no, that's not it at all.
They will just happily wait at the finish line, and whoever is the winner gets to go.
Oh my god, I hate this. I hate it so much.
I fucking hate this argument so much. That's not how that works.
Also, that person was using women as like a goal, and once you've reached them, then your life is better or something. Like, women aren't property. They're not a goal that you can achieve. They're not a medal to be won. They are people that you need to talk to and to discuss things with, to, open yourself up to them so that way they have a reason to trust you.
Yeah, like I don't have a problem getting like a girlfriend or whatever, or being able to fucking clap cheeks. I don't have a problem with that.
The problem is keeping that relationship going.
Not necessarily.
Well, for some people, and I think that's what this whole red pillars thing is about.
Hate it. Dude, stop projecting onto your audiences from your past bad experiences with women. Challenge, difficulty level, impossible, difficulty level, legendary, through the fire and flames on expert, round 99, Nocturne, Toten, type beat. Sometimes you throw in cultural references to get comments and engagement, and you say, thank you so much to society.
Women don't necessarily appreciate the journey we may have had to take to get to where we are. And this is because women expect us to be the backbone and to be strong.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm on my empathy arc. Let me just briefly engage with the marketplace of ideas on this one. I'll make it quick. It is absolutely true that society, which does include women, by the way, based society holds expectations of men to be strong and to be the backbone and to keep our emotions and insecurities inside. Many men.
Yeah, but that's more or less something that can change, though.
Yeah.
Like society is malleable.
First of all, fuck society. It sucks. Second of all, when women say they want a strong man, they don't mean physically strong or like emotionally strong in the way of never showing emotion.
It depends.
They mean strength as well. Of course, it depends per person, but
it depends. But most of the time, women will want like men who are strong in the form of being able to share their emotions and hardships and everything with them, and being honest with them.
Yes, being honest, talking, being open about insecurities, things that you're struggling with, And even, telling them like, hey, I'm struggling with this thing, this thing I would like some help with. If you can, that'd be greatly appreciated. And more often than not, your significant other will be like, yeah, of course I'll help you. You're my SO. I want to see you, be happy, be healthy, because seeing you happy and healthy makes me happy.
Yeah. As well as like even if it was like for the argument of like strong men in the form of like say physical physique, that's more or less just personal opinion.
Yeah. Like when strength is like, oh, they want a strong person. It's like, yes, I know what strong means, and hopefully other people do as well, and not just physical strength, emotional strength, and like the strength to not only take hardships, but like understand those hardships, how to
Mm-hmm.
get past them, and not take it and then think of it as one of your worst moments in life. You could be like, yeah, this was one of my shortcomings or one of my worst moments I've had in my life, but because of my SO and my communication and the strength that I had, the strength that my SO gave to me and helped me through this, we persevered and are stronger.
Nice.
That's what a strong man would do.
Yep.
Is engage in conversation, engage in discussion, communicate with their partner. That's a strong man. It's not just I can lift this couch on my own.
Throws out his back next.
Well, it's because he's lifting with his back, not his knees or his legs.
Yep.
This way. Like, for example, this dude here. And many women also feel this way or implicitly reinforce it in their actions. It's actually a construction of the red pillars, cover your ears, the patriarchy.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That we should all...
I mean, the patriarchy is a lie, though.
Of course it is.
I would like it to be real, but it's a fucking lie.
Be fighting to dismantle. In Bell Hooks, The Will to Change, Men, Masculinity, and Love, she addresses how this social construction affects all of us, writing, yeah, we're on bread tube mode, baby, including written citations and crap. The reality is that men are hurting, and that the whole culture responds to them by saying, please do not tell us what you feel. If we cannot heal what we cannot feel, by supporting patriarchal culture that socializes men to deny feelings, we doom them to live in states of emotional numbness. We construct a culture where male pain can have no voice, where male hurt cannot be named or healed. Just like a brief interjection from me, not Bell Hooks, there's a reason why basically the most mainstream and popular place where masculinity and stuff is being discussed is in the manosphere.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's really bad because there's a lot of bad stuff going on over there, So I'm glad there's a lot of good content coming out, like critiquing it and being specific, because maybe there's a new niche of content that we can all start up, which is cool guys being dudes. All right, back to the hooks. It is not just men who do not take their pain seriously. Most women do not want to deal with male pain if it interferes with the satisfaction of female desire. When feminist movements led to men's liberation, including male exploration of feelings, some women mocked male emotional expression with the same disgust and contempt as sexist men, despite all the expressed feminist longing for men of...
Which is psychotic, by the way.
So, yeah, the whole double standards thing. That's applicable here. It's like, first of all, not only are men forced to believe that, their feelings and emotions are completely null and void, a fuck ton of women are just like, yeah, no, I don't want to deal with that shit either.
Yeah, I do think that overall, though, I think that it has gotten better.
It has, but not to the extent that we would have preferred it to.
Of feeling.
Progress,
When men
no matter
work
how
to get in
small,
touch
is
with
still
feelings,
progress.
no one really wanted to reward them. So, super long ass quote, but I feel like it's pretty relevant to the notion that men are expected to deal with their problems in a certain way that keeps it all inside, And so we can acknowledge all of this while also being absolutely clear that it's not good. It's not a good situation that we just went over. And so operating within this system based on the norms of the system, that should not be encouraged. We should try to unlearn these notions and fight against them. And one way for men to do this is to be more open to the idea of talking about and sharing their feelings and insecurities. And that's why it's so frustrating to see messages like the one that this dude is putting out gain so much traction.
Never talk about these three things when with a woman.
Because despite being presented as advice, it's just actively harming both men and women. So the moral of the story is that patriarchy is bad. Misogyny's cringe, yo. Get it out. Get rid of it. If anyone wants to figure out how to do this, DM me. Ladies, DM me. Don't do that, please. They're close to the DM.
Do not do
Well, That's about enough virtue signaling for today. I think I'm gonna kick my feet up and retire to my study. All right, that's all the empathy that I have left in my body. Goof off mode activated.
Gossiping or talking badly about other people. Doing this is just simply insecure, and girls will try to get this out of you. But instead, if she talks about another guy...
Bro, gossiping is fun. Let's be real.
Gossiping is fun, but I agree with the whole don't talk shit about others.
Yeah, but
That's the one thing
everyone fucking gossips though.
Everyone gossips. If you say that you don't, well, sorry, but likely enough, you've done it before without realizing it.
Or still potentially doing it.
Doing it right now.
Compliment him and say how cool he is. Doing this rather than talking badly will show high self-esteem.
This is such strange advice because it's like, yeah, don't just like gossip about someone because you think someone wants you to gossip with them. But also, if someone's being an asshole, you should be allowed to be like, yeah, that guy's being an asshole, kind of. Babe, in history class, we're learning all about World War II, and I gotta say, that Hitler guy, he was a real piece of work. You know, honestly, I don't fuck with your toxic energy, okay? The guy, he made some good art. That's all.
Funny thing is that his art was
Hitler didn't even make any good art.
Such shit, man.
I mean, I get it, art's subjective, but can we all just say that Hitler's art is objectively bad?
And awful. A good thing he didn't become an artist.
I mean, he became an artist in war, but...
So that's what happens when art students are pushed too far.
They become Fuhrer.
They become giant pieces of shit. Oh, man. If people want to fucking follow art, I think they should be able to follow art.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whatever
man.
kind of art that they want to follow.
All I'm gonna say.
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
New text layer. Me too.
And finally, never talk about serious and controversial topics.
Why? Because people can't be adults and have a serious conversation about something that's important?
Well, because, right, apparently all it's gonna devolve into is fighting, and, you know, it just ending up breaking up because, oh, this person likes this, you know, leader or this thing.
I've had very good and productive conversations with very sensitive issues, but that's also because I also come at it from the angle of trying to understand why someone thinks that way, as well as a very empathetic approach as well.
I mostly ask people tough questions because not only do I want to learn more about the person, like I've mentioned earlier, but I also want to know, like, their take on it. Like, what do they think is good or bad in the situation? What's their opinion on this subject matter? So getting more than one opinion on a thing is, you know, a good thing. Unless the same opinion is just, this is bad because I say it is, which
Echo
that's never
chamber.
Yeah.
Steals away from the fun and playful vibe. Never let this happen. Always keep it light and fun.
Yeah, this restaurant sounds nice, and 6 o'clock works for me. But I just want to ask, are you vaccinated? Why are you asking me that? That's kind of like private medical information. It's private medical information. I mean, I'm immunocompromised, so it's like especially relevant to me. But in your second Tinder photo, you have like a neck tattoo showing. It's a Barstool Sports neck tattoo. So I'm just assuming that you're not. Oh, why does everything have to be so political these days? You're killing the light and fluffy vibe. Just relax, lady, okay? And I'll see you at Arby's at 6 o'clock.
Basically, girls are gonna have sex with any guy they want to. Guys
That's
have
not
sex
even-
with who they can.
That's not even true, though.
Why? What?
Bro, what the fuck?
I'm
He's
just
essentially
confused.
slut shaming women.
Oh yeah, women, if they have sex with men, they're sluts. It's like, no. They want to enjoy themselves just like men.
Like,
Like,
fucking cares? Like, that's
You know,
not
if it
that's
were
not a
like-
real thing that happens.
no. Like, women aren't going around, you know, dick hopping off of men.
Even if they do, who gives a shit?
Yeah, it's their life.
They enjoy the satisfaction of of it, then I say by all means they should be able to do that. Guys can do it. Why can't women do it?
Listen, if we're gonna call women sluts, we're gonna call men sluts the same thing. Besides, as far as I'm concerned, slut doesn't have a gendered it doesn't have any sort of, masculine or feminine thing to go along with it.
But in the long run, men are going to marry who they want to. Women are going to marry who they can.
That's not even true though.
Of course that's not true. Oh, women are gonna marry who they can? It's like what? You think that they don't have a choice?
If that was the case, they wouldn't be there with this fucking fat chud sorry ass.
I mean, the only exception to they're gonna marry who they can is, arranged marriages and shit like that.
Ooh, that's a fucking
You
bar.
feel
Oh
me?
my god, you could tell he was really struggling to make it all the way through that like metaphor parable thing. Girls are gonna have sex with who they want to. Guys, on the other hand, they're gonna have sex with who they get married, who they wish, who they can. So, okay, can't, you won't, these guys are what you'd get if you injected Tweedledee and Tweedledum with Polo Ralph Lauren cologne and Nissan GTR brake fluid, and that's okay. That's what it is.
Ooh, that's a fucking bar.
If the person that's agreeing with your opinion happens to be drinking a Gold Four Loco and wearing a no jumper T-shirt while podcasting, you might want to double check to make sure you're not saying some dumb weirdo shit.
That's like common knowledge in the grown men realm. Like they call it the red pill, right?
The grown men realm. Oh my god, is that what the
grown
manosphere
men
is? My
realm.
YouTube
Yeah,
algorithm after
because
I watch
grown
15
men
seconds of a
exist in
Jordan
different
Peterson
realms.
room cleaning tutorial.
I hereby banish you to the grown men realm.
No.
Suffer for eternity.
The idea being put forth here can just be easily disproved by saying there are plenty of counterexamples to these generalizations. Thank you and good night. Many men are not able to marry who they want to, and many women are. And the same goes with the sex thing, right? But also, the more important question to ask is like, who does this type of thinking actually help? Like, what purpose does it serve, you know? The only real world outcome of this kind of like dumb bro science framing. No, sorry. I mean this reality of the dating market. And what's all this red? Seeing how deep the rabbit hole goes into the red pill. Ooh, it's so cool. Oh, so cool. All this does is like make dudes vindictive and condescending towards women who are over the age of 30 or whatever, and also making women who like are having legitimate struggles in the hookup world just feel like shit about themselves.
When you bring that up in front of a female who's either in her prime or a little bit past her prime, they get mad when you bring that up, but it's true. Ooh, that's a fucking.
Wow, this is so useful and helpful. Thank you so much, boys. I'm glad you started a podcast. The world is better off with that being a thing that exists. Again with the workout footage intro, I love it. It's so good. So good. They look good. I like the idea that this guy isn't actually ripped. He's just sending an extremely urgent or angry text, and that's why his arms look like that. Like he's vice gripping his phone. Like a temporary Captain America iMessage effect. I don't know. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Get your bread right, G. Work on your physique. Sharpen your mind. That's the most important thing, because your mind is not in the right place. It's in the wrong place. You're too emotional. You care too much.
I do care too much.
Listen, my guy, I'm
That's
sorry, my
toxic
brain is in the wrong head. I can't really get a surgery to move it any lower than it already is.
Sorry if I am empathetic to other people.
I'm sorry that if my girlfriend, or my significant other in this case, wants to go to the beach at 2 in the morning, it's like, oh, I'm sorry that I say yes, I would love to do that, and not just no, go back to bed.
And she pushes you in the water. Get all fucking
Because
cold.
Yeah, and that's the coldest shit. That's the coldest advice you'll ever get.
Yep.
Trait. I'm too loving and too empathetic. I'm an empath. Okay, what can I say? I can't do anything about this. I'm empathetic and caring, but like in a hot and sexy villainous kind of way. Like, ooh.
What are you, Dr. Eggman?
I'm gonna steal your girl.
I'm gonna steal your grill.
Steal
Because
your...
the grills bring girls.
I'm gonna steal
apparently.
your girl by being empathetic. You watch out.
I'm gonna sympathize with the fact that she is going through a lot of mental hell, and I'm gonna take her to a proper therapist. Sorry, I'm gonna steal your girl and get her some proper help.
That's why I made that video 2 years ago screaming at you niggas talking about you care too much about the bitch.
God
Whoa.
damn it.
What?
Okay, so this is what every red pill thing is like, okay? It's like, starts off with some perfectly generic advice. Go to the gym, get some financial resources so you can live a little more freely, focus on
Which are good advice, which is good advice.
Yeah. You know, keep yourself stable.
Getting into shape, getting a decent paying job.
a hobby. And then it ends with some heartbroken goofball biting his lip and telling you to just like dominate your partner and make them submit.
Care too much about the bitch.
Always keep yourself in an emotionally offensive position in your relationships. It's good, just in case.
There's nothing wrong with caring about a woman. There's nothing wrong with liking a woman. You just can't care as much more than her. She has to
You
care.
cannot care as
What?
much as more
Wow,
than her.
fuck. It's profound, dude.
Did he
Just a
even
quick
say
question.
a proper sentence?
I don't even know, man.
Like he was like, you can care, but you shouldn't care nearly not as much as her. So you should care more than she does.
Yep.
That is,
Why not?
you know what? Care more than care more about your significant other than your significant other cares about you. You know,
Okay.
just wake up one morning, you'll look at your significant other and just be like, I care about you so much. Come here, and then you just embrace them lovingly.
I'll care so much you'll be starting to call me Karen.
Listen, then they're not gonna care.
How do I figure out how much she cares? It's like a scale of 1 to 10 sort of thing. Should I just ask her and then compare her number with
No,
mine?
that's when you
sort
have
of
to
figure it out?
dominate her, remember? You have to just be like, no, you can't care about me more than I care about you. That's not how this relationship works.
Yep.
Grr, let me care about you.
From there? Or do I just act like I don't care, even if I do, so I can make her think I don't? So then she's worried about if I'm gonna leave her, and it's like, oh, I got that over you. Ooh. And that way she'll fall in line and comply with my demands due to this manufactured insecurity. Is that what you meant? No, but okay, let's break this down for a second. Let's parse through Mr. Red Pill's trauma to see if we can pull anything out of value. If you've ever been in a relationship situation where you, like, in quotes, care more than the other person, so like you were feeling them more than they were feeling you, or you were putting forth effort that was not being reciprocated, right? Of course, that is a shitty experience,
Yep.
right? It's demeaning, you know,
Yeah.
especially if eventually
I have had that. I have been on both sides of that.
The giving and receiving end.
Yeah, putting in more effort than the other person. Other person not reciprocating, and then vice versa as well.
Yeah, but thankfully, those experiences have helped to change you into the person you are today.
Yep.
You know, some of those experiences, may not be good, but the person and the things that have led up to where you are now are a good result.
Yeah.
that breakup does happen and you're like, oh, I saw it coming all along. So you blame yourself and yada, 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 yada. You could see how someone going through this might want to or have to develop an emotional barrier, to protect themselves from being hurt. Whatever. Now, understanding why someone might behave in this way is important, obviously. But that understanding doesn't excuse the manipulative behavior that's being suggested here by this guy. Actively choosing to not care more than the other person or to make sure that they care more than you, that's like a form of domination. Again, it places the safety of your own feelings over the consideration for their feelings, which in turn places the same constraints around your relationship that caused you to act this way in the first place. Having been through a one-sided situation does not grant you a license to put someone else through that same situation just because it hurt you. Relationships are mutual things. So like if at any point you're looking for ways so you can have something over somebody and use it against them potentially to say like, I have power over you to leave and not be hurt, that's bad. That's bad. Welcome back to another episode of This Is Bad. Sorry. God, I'm sorry, you guys. I said I was just gonna goof around and my empathy keeps leaking out of me. Oops. Yes, dude. Yes. Looking chucked, my guy. My dude. Just to preface
My
this next
dude.
one, if this video
My
hasn't
dude.
been cis heteronormative enough for you, get ready. You're in for a treat, okay? This is
Let's
quite
see
possibly
this.
the straightest video on earth, and I might be the straightest YouTuber on earth. Doing this during Pride Month, it feels homophobic, okay? But I gotta live my truth, all right? Women.
When you're on a date, who should pay?
What?
He said when you're on a date, who should pay?
I know, but like, doesn't matter.
Here's what I say. First date, you pay for yourself. Second date,
still pay for yourself. Food's
Third
expensive.
third date, still pay for yourself.
Third date, you just be like, oh no, we're not going to a restaurant. We're going to my home. I'm gonna cook you up some mac and cheese.
Honeymoon, pay for yourself. No,
You know, yeah, your 15th anniversary, you pay for yourself.
I mean, like, if I went out on a date with, for the sake of our argument, if I went on a date with a female and she wanted to, you know, pay for the check, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, if she's like, hey, I got it. It's like, oh, I appreciate it.
Doesn't hurt my masculinity.
Yeah, it's like, yo, oh no, I can't have this. The woman's the breadwinner, or my significant other makes more money than me. Can't have that.
I'm more or less looking at it like, yo, I just got a free meal.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, hey, I'm more than happy to pay for food. Like, I've done it before.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
But like, ugh. It's just the effect that most of the people are expecting, like, the man of the relationship to pay for it. It's like, why?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think both parties should at least try to make an effort to pay.
Yeah. It's like, if someone's gonna tell me that they don't have enough, it's like, all right, I understand. But like, can you explain your situation so that way, you know, it's not just like you're taking it from me? But if it's like, oh, it's a personal thing, or
Here we
if they
go.
just don't
This
feel
is
comfortable, I'm not gonna force them to explain their situation. It's like, you got food. If you don't want to continue your time with me, cool.
classic topic of debate in the straight people zone. Who should pay for the date? Ladies, fellas, NBs, who's bringing the wallet out? It's up there in the canon of hetero philosophical debates like gay son, thought daughter, and so on.
I know. I mean, that's what I told them. You know, I'm sorry.
But-
I say, I'm dating. We're dating.
But here's the
Firstly, I just want to point out that the answer to this question of who should pay on dates will vary considerably depending on the audience of people that you're asking. In this room full of these women, they mostly answered the man. If you were to ask a room full of people that I know that are women, the women in my life, the answer would probably be very different. If you were to ask a room full of me and my guy friends, the answer would be something like, what's a date? Probably.
Damn, son.
If you ask a crowd in
True.
Portland this
What's a
question, they
date?
will all say in unison, no one should pay because restaurants are
A date?
Is it like today's date, September 14th or something?
Sure. We'll go with that.
hierarchical bourgeois construction that dominates their workers. They should be abolished. Until then, just dine and dash. That's another dig at anarchists on this channel, but it's all fun and goofs. It's all gags and games. Okay, here, for left unity, I'll do a tanky one. Here we go. Hey, tankies. Who should pay for the date? The Western hegemonic imperial powers. Oh. Okay, cool. Actually, no objections to that. That's I'm down. And Vladimir Zelensky, specifically, for some reason. Oh, god damn it. Ukraine flagging silence liberal.
I say, I'm dating. We're dating.
But here's the. Okay, he's supposed to pay.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
But you're supposed to have sex with him whenever he says.
Whoa.
What?
Okay, hold on there, buddy. That's a $20 diner tab.
That went from 0 to 100 very fucking quickly. Like,
Yeah.
what? Oh, just because I pay for food automatically means that you should have sex with me? Like, what? Oh. Not how that
Well.
works. Not how that works.
Listen, $20 in debt for a meal. Quote, you know, let's say it's $20.
It's not
right?
gonna break the
But
bank.
$20 for a meal, and then somehow being indebted not only $20 but also food to this stranger that you're having a first date with is now correlated to you must have intercourse with me whenever I please.
Yep, pretty much. How it should be, brother. Yeah.
Not a great thing to compare to the sexual agency of a human being. Buy me a drink, or else. It doesn't have the same kind of ring as have sex with me, or else, you know? I don't know. Being charitable. I think he's attempting to point out a contradiction in gender roles, or in the problematic nature of gendered expectations. Yeah, let's go with that, okay? Like, if you're going to have a requirement for me as a man to do something because I'm a man, then how is that any different from me holding a requirement upon you for being a woman, regardless of what that requirement is? Again, the example is a bit lopsided when it comes to the sort of real world implications here, but you know, let's just see where he goes with this.
But you're supposed to have sex with him whenever he says.
No.
Where does this double standard come from? I'm
It's
sorry.
not a double standard, though.
Yeah, it's not. Like, what is he trying to say? That just because a man pays for food,
just because
that the
a man
woman should
pays for
not?
food, the woman should be reciprocated to having sex whenever they ask.
No.
Sorry, it's the reality. You can moan at it all you want, but the moment you say to a guy, you have to fucking pay for my time, you're saying this relationship isn't equal. This relationship isn't equal. My time is worth more than yours, so...
Here's a solution. If you're serious about the relationship,
Split the bill.
Either split the bill, or one date, you know, you can pay for the meal, and then the next date she can pay for the meal.
Exactly.
Like, it's not rocket science.
And if you don't feel like the relationship's gonna work out from the first date, then just tell the person, the server that's serving you, to split the bill, and then pay for your own stuff and leave. If she doesn't have her wallet, then there you go.
Cells are so. Man,
Yeah, me too.
I absolutely hate.
You should pay for it.
The issue with this comparison here, I think, is that most of the time women aren't saying like, you have to do this, you have to pay for my time. If they're even saying it, what they're saying is like, it would be nice if a man paid for the first date, because that is a nice thing, right? Yes, of course there are gendered stereotypes attached to like men being the provider and having to like chivalry, pay for the meal every time, because that's what a man does. That's what a man does. And if they don't, you know, they're not a real man. They're worth less. It's less common now than it was in the past. Not that I have that much reference, but I just feel like it's not that common. That notion is definitely still there. It still affects society, and it's still very problematic. I don't like that. Just thinking back on the last few dates I've had, it's mostly been a we are both pulling our cards out at the same time kind of situation. And in those, I'm a big fan of like, oh, I'll pay this time, you get the next time. Unless the date is bad, then I just don't say anything.
Yeah.
We split the check and go our separate ways.
Yep.
Fuck you, Sarah. But the expectation from women that the man is the one who's supposed to pay, as well as the feeling from men that they ought to pay, whether they want to or not. These are both outgrowths from the same thing. Cover your ears again, red pillars, I'm sorry. It's the patriarchy. Stop. I didn't say it. Somebody hacked me. I got hacked by my little baby cousin.
Oh no.
And this is
pretty sus.
Truth what he's saying, and what he says at the end here especially.
Here's my
Did you know that's actually a thing in Fortnite?
Yes, I know it's a thing. The fact that goddamn Superman, Iron Man, Batman, Naruto, Chun-Li.
I'm referring to the Among Us thing.
But yes, like they're all in one game. Like Fortnite is probably the biggest crossover event in the history of crossovers maybe ever. Thanos fighting Batman with Among Us.
With an Among Us backpack. That's pretty sus.
If you go on a date with a guy and you don't offer to pay your share, you weren't taught right.
By saying you weren't taught right to women who don't offer to pay, he's kind of individualizing the blame onto women and their parents for a socially constructed cultural phenomenon. I could just as easily say to any man that's ever paid for a date, even though he didn't want to, but because he felt like he had to, that they weren't raised right. But that would be fucked up, because again, these are just two sides to the same coin. And you weren't raised right is just like the ultimate subjective statement of I don't like what you're doing, so your parents are bad parents or some shit. Thanks to the patriarchy, we're all raised wrong, okay? Sorry. We're all twisted and fucked up inside. Fuck. Your Tinder date's parents didn't invent the concept of gender roles just because she wasn't the first one to slap her Capital One card on the Starbucks desk. Society, so deep. Wow, society's such a deep place. All right, everybody, that's enough of all this crap. Let me know what you thought of the video. Obviously, trying a little different approach. Some would call it, empathy. Ooh, feeling about people's feelings. Other people would call it terminal centrist brain, negotiating with a misogynist. I don't really know, because I'm watching way too much of this crap. It's probably infecting my brain somehow, but maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just that guy.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Thanks again to Ren for...
All right, I think we'll end it there.
That sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll end it off by debunking red pillars.
Yep. Probably end it there.
Yeah.
Xenoblade 3 stream tomorrow, baby. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that.
You know, yeah, Xenoblade 3. Like, what's your what are you doing in Xenoblade 3 for next stream? Hey?
Me?
Yeah.
I think I managed to finish all the quests I could for Colony Zero, so I should be able to continue on with the main story.
Nice. I was just finishing up all of my side questing earlier today, and I actually decided, you know what, I'm gonna stop looking at Xenoblade 3 so negatively, and I actually enjoyed my time with it this time. Like, I've been enjoying my time with the combat and exploration, but the story, that was on the back burner today, so maybe that's why I enjoyed it.
Yep. I also think like when we when we watch the cutscenes all back to back, I think you'll probably enjoy the story more.
Yeah, I'll probably go through the event theater and then just
Watch everything like a movie.
yeah, yeah. I'll do the super cut.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll probably be working more on the story tomorrow.
Nice.
Because I think I'm done most of the side quests.
Yeah, I mean, other than a couple of ascension quests, which probably only show up later on in story, for like Kamaravi and that guy.
Noah 2. I imagine Senna's might come up soon. I need to figure out how to get Tritons.
Tritons, you just have to cook Manana's battle soup. Like the first meal that Manana will ever cook for you.
Does it matter where?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I think if it does matter where the meal is cooked, it'll like ask you like, "Hey, do you want to go to this rest spot and then cook the meal there?" It's like, "Yes." I tried with Manana's Battle Soup DX or Deluxe, and that did not trigger the cutscene. So all you have to do is have Trident in your party with hopefully someone Soul Hacker at rank 10, and then cook Manana's Battle Soup.
Okay. Well, we'll call it there. Tomorrow, Xenoblade 3. So yeah. Until
Take
next
care.
until next time.